it's breaking my heart you're leaving. Baby, I'm grieving. That if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you have a lot of nice things to wear.
It's the young people that give me the most hope. They're so full of energy, enthusiasm, determination. Each day that we live, we make some impact on the planet, and we have a choice as to what kind of impact we're going to.
Guten Morgen miteinander. Bonjour à tous. Buongiorno a tutti. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 9th annual Youth Forum Switzerland. My name is Sybil Duport, and I'm a grade 12 student here at IZL, as well as co-leader of YFS. It is my honor to formally open YFS 2026 today, right here at IZL. We are thrilled to be welcoming almost 1,000 students representing 23 different schools. A special thank you to all visiting staff, students, and those watching online for joining us here today. Your enthusiasm has enabled the entire YFS team to host what we aim to be yet another engaging and memorable forum. A warm welcome to all of you. Before I proceed, I'd like to take a moment to ask all our guest speakers to please stand and remain standing. We are truly honored to have over 40 changemakers with us, sharing their remarkable experiences and expertise. Thank you all for dedicating your time and passion for being here today and inspiring the young minds in this room. You may now sit down. YFS was founded in 2017 by 3 globally engaged IZL students who were deeply inspired by the Open Forum Davos and wanted to create something similar of their own. The Youth Forum Switzerland, now consisting of 170 IZL students, in addition to a network of other schools, is aimed to empower young individuals to voice their concerns and create change in crucial matters regarding our generation's future. It provides a platform for us to unite, collaborate, and initiate the small changes to make our future just a little bit brighter. The 9th edition of YFS features a dynamic forum of 12 panel discussions, 2 expert talks, and 6 youth talks. You'll have the chance to engage in Impact Labs, experience the 5th annual YFS Art Festival, and participate in student activities organized in the YFS Marketplace. And finally, before the closing ceremony, there'll be a 20-minute networking session where you all have the opportunity to explore and connect with students and speakers that you did not have the chance to speak with earlier in the day. Before I hand over, I would like to take a moment to honor the victims of Crans-Montana. 1 IZL student and 2 former IZL students tragically passed away in Crans-Montana earlier this year. Charlotte Nidham, Alicia Gonset, and Diana Gonset were valued members of our community and will be deeply missed here at IZL. We also express our deepest condolences to all others who were affected by this tragedy. We hope being here today can provide some comfort and sense of community. To start us off, I would like to introduce Adam Katz and Victoria Turnage, two 10th grade Isadel students, as today's student keynote speakers. Please help me in welcoming Adam and Victoria to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Adam Katz,
And I'm Victoria Turnage.
and we are grade 10 students here at IZL. People often assume that change comes from big moments and bold actions, from dramatic breakthroughs, which make headlines and draw lots of attention. But what if that's not the whole story? What if the most meaningful shifts begin quietly, with the changes we don't even see happening?
Do you sometimes find yourself assuming that you won't be the person who could make a difference? Or excluding yourself from an initiative because you don't believe you can add value? Perhaps we're underestimating the power of small efforts. Human connection is a powerful example of how something that seems quite ordinary can lead to meaningful changes. Connection begins in subtle human moments. A smile held for an extra second, passing around a football, choosing to keep your phone in your pocket and interact with what's around you, or openness in body language that invites others in.
Today, we want to share how some personal moments shaped our understanding of connection, and how small changes have the power to transform not just situations, but ourselves.
My family had a nickname for me growing up, Magenta, which roughly translates to grumpy in English. They would say it jokingly, but I always knew that part of it was true. I'd always been the person who hid in corners at parties or tried to shrink into my chair at dinners, hoping that it'd make me invisible. You know that feeling when you walk into a room full of people and instantly wonder where to stand or who you're supposed to talk to? I didn't stick to corners not because I didn't want to talk to people, but because I didn't know how to start. Everyone else seemed to know exactly what to do, and I just pretend to check my phone, hoping something would happen on its own. I would always look in admiration at those who were constantly at the center of attention. People were just drawn to them. After a while of observing, I noticed something. They were all doing the same thing. They stood in the center of the room and always had a smile to greet everyone. I realized that maybe I didn't need to change my whole personality or become somebody else. I just needed to open up a little more, do the things that seemed too simple to matter, like looking up when I walked into a room, or smiling at someone, even when I felt awkward. And weirdly, it did start to work. People would smile back, start a short conversation, or just seem more open. After a while, being in groups didn't feel so uncomfortable. It just felt easier. I began to sign up for new experiences, pushing myself out of my comfort zone even further, and as a result, I became more confident and met people I would have never met otherwise. That's when I learned small changes, how you stand, how you look at people, and how you show up, can change how you experience the world and how the world experiences you.
Where Victoria's moment started with a smile, mine started with a football. When I was 10, I visited an orphanage in South Africa to volunteer with some young children. I didn't have any idea of what our connection could look like, and I was unsure of how to contribute and be a part of their environment. I naturally gravitated towards a football I saw lying around. A simple kick sparked a common ground, and soon there was a full football match going on. What's special about sport is that it's a universal language. It transcends boundaries of language and culture. No matter where or who you are, you can join in and share the experience. So when I started kicking the ball around with some of the kids, this simple game created a space where nobody had to perform or prove anything. Our backgrounds didn't matter. We were just laughing, passing the ball, and enjoying the moment. Our connection felt authentic. It helped me realize that connecting with others starts in small, unexpected ways. It doesn't require big acts or perfect understanding. Sometimes all it takes is a shared activity or a small step towards others with an open mind and heart. That day taught me how important it is to just show up and be yourself. It also made me reflect on how much we all crave moments where we can simply be ourselves without barriers or expectations. For me, it was football that helped make that happen, much faster than conversation ever could. I didn't walk away thinking we had changed each other's lives that day. But what stayed with me was something quieter and more meaningful. Real connection is found in simple, everyday moments when nobody is trying to make it profound. Looking back, what mattered most wasn't the game itself, and I'm not just saying that because I didn't score any goals. It was how those small, shared moments made the unfamiliar feel more familiar and welcoming.
Connection begins with small steps and grows into something lasting. Moments that seem minor at the time can reshape our perspective in a lasting way. We are all affected by our small, everyday interactions with other people. They shape us and shift how we see ourselves. Connection empowers people to collectively make a greater impact through collaborating, inspiring, and supporting one another. It takes courage to be vulnerable and show up authentically without guarantees, to offer a smile or join a group, even if it feels unfamiliar or awkward. But these subtle acts build bridges. They create opportunities for trust, understanding, and belonging that a grand gesture alone could not achieve.
Impact doesn't need to be loud to be real. Quiet, subtle moments hold power in a world that's chasing big achievements. Such moments open minds and unlock new possibilities for personal growth. On that day at the orphanage, it was when all the children and I were laughing together that I felt something shift, when my uncertainty transformed into belonging. At YFS today, let's all try to pay attention to the small things. Noticing someone standing alone during lunch or at a networking session. Starting a brief conversation after a panel, or choosing to sit beside someone new. Have the courage to talk to the guest speakers, as they are here to guide and inspire us. Share an idea, even if it might not be perfect. Offer a hug to a friend who needs one, to help them feel less alone. These simple acts of reaching out open doors and create connections that might otherwise be missed opportunities. Connection doesn't demand perfection or spectacle. It demands openness and willingness to take that first step. Lean into the opportunities, even if they feel uncertain, because that's where change begins. The tiniest actions can lead to profound outcomes that shape who we are, build meaningful relationships, and strengthen the communities we belong to. This is the true power of small changes.
One person who truly embodies the power of small changes is this year's keynote speaker, Troy Armour. Last year, I had the opportunity to attend the 7th Annual Sustainability Summit in Monaco, where I had the privilege of meeting Troy in person. As CEO of Jean Couture, Troy turned a small idea, transforming waste into art, into a global movement that empowers young people to see value where others see waste. His work shows that real change begins with one small step, one bold idea, or one person willing to think differently. Please join me in welcoming Troy Armour to the stage.
Players, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what
Where's Tigris?
24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe so clear. Look out!
Everybody!
Pop, pop, it's showtime. 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 Guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know. Gone time. Oh, they don't know. Gone time. I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Showed up. I'm wearing Cuban links. Yeah. Designer mix. Yeah. Inglewood's finest shoes. Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Known to give the color red the blues. Woo, shit.
Wow! 1,000 people. Guys, how great were these two? Like, it is not easy. It's not easy to come out, Sybil also at the start in front of 1,000 people, they're teenagers, to give the opening address and so on. So I think it's not just about a huge round of applause. I want to hear people shouting, cheering for Adam and Victoria. So some parts of Victoria's story resonated with me because I too was an awkward person and I hated going to parties, and so I know, and it's brilliant that you've started to overcome that. And Adam had a very important point, and that was seek out today people you don't know. And so in that regard, I want to do something very simple, right? And that is, I want the people at the edges of each rows to swap seats. So this is off script, right? But I've got a few minutes. So if you're in the back, I want you to go to the one before. Each one always go one step down, and the person at the front needs to go to the back. Please, with 5 minutes to do it, very quickly, please.
Oh.
Okay, you guys can leave.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just at the edge of the row, the edge of the row, the last seat, the middle, just stay where you are, the edge of the row.
Thank you, sir.
Are we done? The idea is that you meet someone new, right? Okay, we're settled down again, right? So I'm originally from Ireland, right? And I've lived in different parts of the world, okay? So, and I want to start with an Irishism. So in English, we say, I love you. But in the old Irish language, we use a phrase called Mo Cushla. And Mo Cushla means the pulse in my veins, the beat in my heart. And that is a very important thing for me because I believe everybody should be seen that way without the labels that we create in the world to create difference. And so that beat in my heart for us Irish people is a rhythm. And Irish people are very proud of their rhythm. In fact, our dancing has been on many stages across the world. And so I think before I tell my story about the power of small change, I need to test the rhythm in the room because this will set the tone for the day, right? There's 23 different schools represented here. I want people to feel each other's rhythm, the beat in each other's hearts, not see the labels that they see when they look at another person. So in that regard, I'm going to ask everybody to stand up, please. This is very simple. So we're going to start with a very simple thing. We're just going to clap hands together, and you've got me as a cue, right? So it's just in a simple rhythm of... Brilliant. Now we're going to add some feet to that. So we're just going to rock side to side like this and clap at the same time. Wow, fantastic. Now, it's easy because you've got me in front of you doing the beat, right? But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to leave stage. I'm going to play some music, and you guys have to find the rhythm in the music and the rhythm together. I want that aligned, and I'm not going to come back on stage until I feel that moment. You can do it. I see Zoe here in the front, and Tigris last night was telling me he's an incredible. So there's leaders out there. Right? There's leaders out there who can help with this, right? So are you ready? The music will start, and I just want people to find the rhythm in the music. And when I feel this room has got a rhythm together, one heart beating as one, I'll come back on stage. And don't stop until I do this signal. Let's see if this music works. Yes, back in a minute. Louder. Louder.
I was caught in the middle of a railroad track.
Wow. Feel the energy in the room. I think when I call home tonight and tell my mother I got a standing ovation before I came on stage, she's going to go, how did you do that? But whenever I was asked to do this or give this speech, the first thing I thought about was it took me back to what was I like when I was 15, which is the average age kind of in the room, 15 or 16. And I really struggled to fit in. That was the thing that stood out for me. At the time, I was like, God, I was awkward, I was shy. I stood out more than fitted in. And as I've grown older in life, I've realized that standing out is the superpower that I have. But when you're at school, standing out is difficult. Fitting in is where it's at. Fitting in is safety. Fitting in is the place where you think you have to be the same as everybody else. That's cool. I need to be like that. This is how I need to fit. And I stood out so much. For example, I wasn't good at sports. So I was that kid last picked for the football team. And for me, I saw the kids that were on the football team, they were the cool kids. So when I went home from school, didn't study. I was playing football at home all the time. My father couldn't understand it because I never made any team. But it was just, I thought if I practiced and rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed, but it was just not in my skill set. And I think, when I think of that time, I don't know, there's teachers here, right? But if teachers asked you what was the most important, or your parents at that time, it was exams. But it wasn't really. The most important thing for me was girls. How could I get them to like me? Would they like me? How could I talk to them? Would I say the wrong thing, the right thing? And I couldn't talk to girls at all, right? And I just seemed to be like, this I cannot do. And so much so, that being different, thinking different, I wear funny shoes. That led me to leave school at 17. I was accepted to college in Ireland, and I just thought, I'm not going to go to another school and not fit in. And what I know now is in college things would have been different. But at that time I dropped out of school. I took a job in an accountant's office, and I did an apprenticeship for 3 years. But I hid away from the world because being different taught me something bad about myself. I believed that there was something wrong with me. I believed that the world wouldn't want what I had to offer. I believed that the best place for me was to hide. And so I hid for 3 years. And this power of small change idea got me thinking over the last week or so about how did that change? How did the guy, because at 20 years old, something changed for me. And what was that change? And how did I become the person I am today? Because I'm 50 now, 30 years later, how did I become that person? What was the small change that I made? And why did I make it? And so when I go back to that time, it was June 1996, and I was sitting my accountant's exams. I was studying at night for those. And something happened in the office. The guy that I was closest to was leaving, and he was starting his own business, and he was talking about all these adventures he was going to have and all this kind of stuff. And I was sitting there going, I'm stuck here, and he's free to do so many things. And so the question I started to ask myself was, what can I do different? What can I do different that maybe would give me my own business or my own thing to do? And I walked the streets for 2 weeks, and this was the thing I became obsessed about. What can I do different? And I remember this revelation, because I was in that accountant's exam, and 30 minutes into it, I was like, this is not the place for me. This is not the place for me. And I remember getting up and saying to the examiner, I'm going to leave. And at that time, like 30 minutes into a 3-hour exam, she was for sure, you're gonna fail. And so she said to me, because you can sign not to have the score recorded against your record. And she said, do you want to sign to not have the score recorded? And I said, no, I won't be back. And I remember getting home to my mom, and she was crying. And she was crying because she thought she was going to have an accountant in the family. And she's like, what are you doing? Like, you can go to college now, you've dropped out of this. And, and this is the thing, our parents want safety for us. And so that's all her concern was, like, what are you doing? You're giving up on all these things, right? And I remember saying to her, well, I'm either going to start a band or a computer company. And at that time, I was playing with computers. I knew nothing about them. Like, I have no degree or anything in it. And her first words to me were, you can't sing. And I was like, okay, well, the band's no go then. So I'm going to start a computer company. And so I started a computer company, which is now 30 years old. And in that time, I have created so many other businesses. I made TV shows, managed musicians. And then that led me to create Junkature, which really is about creating impact for young people who want to stand out. That's really what it's about. Because as an adult, I've realized standing out is my superpower. But as a teenager, I didn't. And so what Junkature does is really let those young people who want to stand out have a stage for themselves, which I think is very important. Now, when I look back at that time, and I was thinking about this because I did choose this word courage as my word of the year, and it resonated with me because it took courage that day in that exam room to go, I'm going to take a step different than I've ever taken before. And it's like going home to your mom and she's crying and she's like, what are you doing? It's courage to go, no, Mom, I've got this. You need to trust in me. And so with that respect, I just want to talk about courage for a little bit, but it's going to involve, again, getting you back on your feet, right? So I need to get everybody to stand up again one more time, right? And we're going to stand up till the end then, right? So for me, courage has been there all my life, and it's only recently that I started to see it. And so I'm going to ask you now to trust in me for a few minutes and have some courage. Because what I want you to do is, and it's to do with this beat in my heart again, is I want you to turn to the people either side of you and just, it doesn't matter if it's for 10 seconds, 1 second, it doesn't matter. I just want you to have the courage to give that person a hug. Just look how the room has changed. The smiles on people's faces. A little bit of courage can do so much. So just to leave you now, right, I have a few challenges for you in the room, and it's all around courage. I want you all to find the courage to stand out. But I want you also to find the courage to let other people stand out. So when they stand out, you don't start to go, oh, they're weird, they're strange, I'm not going to hang out with them. Let them have that superpower. And in the middle of that, I want you to do one other thing. Inside each of you is greatness. And I want you all to have the courage to find it. Because if you do, you'll not only change your world, you'll change the world. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. My name is Lisani Talents, and I'm a grade 12 student here at ISADL, as well as a member of the YFS series team. Before moving on, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank Troy for sharing his incredibly energetic speech with us this morning. Stories like his really remind us how exciting the power of small changes really can be. So please join me in giving Mr. Armour another huge round of applause. Before heading into the second session of today, I would like to take a quick moment to go over some important logistical points about how today's forum will run. Firstly, in the unlikely event of a fire alarm emergency, we kindly ask all participants to exit all buildings as quickly and as calmly as possible, and that we all regroup on the sports field just outside the gym, where then we all should find their respective schools for attendance. As a quick note, we would like to remind everyone that there is black ice present on the walkways from buildings to buildings, so please be mindful of your steps so we don't have any injuries today. Secondly, all sessions today will be held across 6 different venues at our beautiful Isidel campus. They come as follows: the gym you're currently in, the theater in the main building, the art factory a little further from the main building, and then we have the Zeeblik, Rigiblik, and Alpenblik venues. Lunch as well will also be held in the cafeteria in the main building. Because we have so many participants today, we kindly ask that you only attend the sessions that you have signed up for, as most venues do have limited seating. Therefore, you'll find your personalized schedule on the back of your badges. Please note that these will be checked before entry at each venue, so make sure that you are at the right place and at the right time. Speaking of time, we would really appreciate it if everyone moved between sessions as quickly and as efficiently as possible, and even arrive a little on time. Please be mindful that doors will close at designated start times, and late entries won't be possible in order to avoid disruptions to the sessions being held. Speaking of disruptions, we would also kindly ask everyone to keep their phone on silent throughout the remainder of all sessions that you attend. We would love for you to engage with the forum beyond the sessions you attend, so please feel free to share your experiences and memories on social medias using the hashtags displayed on the screens at each venue. Moving on, for our neurodiverse friends, there are quiet spaces available in the main building should you need them. And if you need help locating them, please don't hesitate to ask any of the YFS team members. Finally, you'll notice that session 7 is titled Explore, Connect, Inspire. At that time, we kindly ask all participants to come back here to the gym where you will have the opportunity to connect with speakers you didn't really get the chance to talk to throughout the day and to reconnect with the people you've met. This will all happen right before our closing ceremony, also held here right at the gym. If you have any questions at any point, please don't hesitate to ask any of our YFS team members, who will be easily identifiable in their blue YFS hoodies. The next session will begin at 9:50, so please do your best to be on time. And that's everything from me, so let's make the most of today and enjoy everything that this forum has to offer.
We live in the age of distraction. Every single second, 7.8 million phones buzz worldwide. Distractions, notifications, social media, TV shows, movies, entertainment.
We get rewarded by parts, likes, thumbs up, and we conflate that with value and we conflate it with truth.
A whole generation is more anxious.
The question I often think about now is, as Silicon Valley, are we programming apps or are we programming people?
We're constantly hearing about how addicted we are to our screens, that they're making us more stressed out, less focused, less human. And with that, we're also beginning to hear about the very people who created our online worlds expressing regret.
You see, in a world addicted to attention, the one who controls theirs wins. The one who is able to master the art of focus is the one who will come out on top.
For much of human history, motivation was shaped by clear goals, physical limits, and immediate feedback. You trained, you worked, you rested, and progress was visible. Today, that clarity is harder to find. Many of us try to study, train, or work with a phone buzzing nearby, multiple tabs open, and a constant pull to check what's next. Distraction isn't just part of life anymore. It's built into the systems we use every day. For students, athletes, leaders, and professionals alike, the challenge is no longer access to information or opportunity, but the ability to focus, persist, and stay motivated in the middle of constant noise. This raises important questions. How do we stay motivated when our attention is constantly pulled in different directions? What does discipline look like in a world designed to distract us? And how do we build habits and environments that help us perform without burning out? Today's session invites us to explore motivation not as willpower alone, but as something shaped by psychology, environment, discipline, and purpose. To explore these questions, we're joined by voices who approach motivation from very different, yet deeply connected perspectives. Hello, my name is Maximilian Brenner, and I'm an 11th grade student here at ISADL, and a member of the YFS series team. I'd like to welcome you to the Motivation in the Age of Distraction panel. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome three speakers who bring distinct and powerful perspectives on motivation, focus, and performance in a world of constant distraction. Firstly, I'm honored to introduce Jane Piper. Jane is an organizational psychologist, author, and keynote speaker who specializes in focus, digital well-being, and the future of work. As the founder of a Switzerland-based coaching and consulting firm and the author of Focus in the Age of Distraction, her work helps individuals and organizations understand how technology affects attention, motivation, and mental well-being, and how we can reclaim focus in an increasingly distracted world. Please join me in welcoming Jane Piper. I'm also pleased to welcome Andrew DeBecca. Andrew is a former professional badminton player who represented Canada in the 2008 Olympic Games and ranked among the world's top players. Following his athletic career, he transitioned into coaching, working internationally, including in Switzerland, to develop elite and youth athletes. His perspective on motivation is grounded in discipline, consistency, and the ability to perform under pressure. Please join me in welcoming Andrew DeBecca. Finally, I'm excited to welcome Mick Pawlowski. Mick is a youth athlete rowing for the Zug Rowing Club and is among the strongest junior rowers in Switzerland, currently preparing to represent Switzerland for the World Championships. As a student at the International School of Zug in Lucerne, he represents a generation growing up fully immersed in the digital age, balancing training, academics, and social life. Please join me in welcoming Mick Pawlowski. The first 20 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, with your remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about motivation in the current age. I'd like to begin with my first question. Many students know what they should be doing, studying, training, or resting, but still struggle to stay motivated when distractions are everywhere. From your different perspectives, what actually helps motivation survive day to day in a distracted world? I'd like to begin with Jane, followed by Mick, and then Andrew.
Thank you. From my perspective, the distractions that we have around us, as you've so rightly pointed out, a lot of them come from the phone. And the easiest way to deal with those distractions is obviously to just stop looking at the phone. But it's much easier said than done. So I think it's like thinking, you need to think about it in the bigger picture. And so if you say I spend 1 hour working, 1 hour a day looking at my phone on things which are not helping, like finding your timetable or something like that, and you add that up over time, you get to 365 hours over the course of a 365 year. Now, because maths is not something I really like doing, and our brains are inherently lazy, and when it comes to maths, my brain is even lazier, I'm going to round that up to 400, just so you follow my maths. So that's 400 hours you've now spent on the phone in this 1 year. If I divide that into a 40-hour working week, which is normally what people work, that's 10 weeks. That's 10 weeks which is just gone like that. So when you were talking about the power of small changes, if you can make a small change so that you're actually just looking at the phone for half an hour, you can imagine you could get 5 weeks back. 5 weeks back to do something which is going to be motivating and enjoying. The issue with scrolling something like TikTok is you are being fed information that somebody else wants you to see. And in a world where we are increasingly seeing technology being able to do the things that we used to think were human, we need to set ourselves apart from something like that. So what is the creative project you could be working on? Playing in a band. What is the sport that you could be working on? What is the writing, the connection with other people? What are the things that you can do above what a machine is doing, and spend that time that way rather than being fed some junk that TikTok thinks that you should be interesting of cat videos or dance moves or something like that. And it's a small change. It's not saying never do it. Entertainment is also interesting. You need to relax, but it's not worth losing 10 weeks, a third of your year on.
Thank you for sharing that perspective. Mick?
Yeah, thanks, Shane. I really agree with that. Also with phones specifically, I think it might be something unrealistic for some people to fully let go of that. And I think what you should do is be aware of the distraction and take that into account, and then build habits on how to limit that or how to use your phone less in this case. So I think the main idea, at least for me, is to build habits on that.
Andrew?
For me, I think it's, I look at it from the other side, that the motivations and the goals that you guys set for yourselves and the things that you like to do are also part of the tool of finding the power, the self-will to put away your phone. I mean, once you really are committed to the goal that you're trying to achieve, in my case, I'm working with dozens and dozens of elite, semi-elite badminton athletes, and you know, when we have a goal that's exciting for the student, I mean, it's much easier for them to put away the distracting elements, and I think there's the techniques that help us put away the phone, and I think that's really a critical piece, is your own self-motivation. And when you're so passionate about doing the thing that makes you feel really good, it's just so much easier to stay away from the distracting element.
Yeah. Thank you all for those perspectives. I think what's really powerful is how relevant this feels to everyday student life. You've touched on habits, mindsets, and environment. So I'd like to zoom in a bit more on what's happening psychologically. Jane, from a psychological perspective, how has constant digital stimulation change the way motivation works, especially for students and young professionals?
I think the thing I see which is different about, as you said, the distractions and how it changes is there's always something to drag people away, and you can be constantly on and dragged away from things. So it was perhaps easier in a time when you couldn't fit a phone in your pocket. I mean, you wouldn't, for example, have brought your television in my day into your room where you were trying to do your homework, or to the library where you were trying to study, or to your desk while you're at school. And even then, the television played Friends once a week between 7:30 and 8 o'clock, and then it didn't play at all between 7:30 and 8 o'clock the next night or the next week or something like that. So now there is so much more distraction, and it requires people to exercise a certain amount of self-control, which, as Mick was saying, you know, building habits around. But it takes that self-control, whereas previously it wasn't needed to have that self-control. And then you use a certain amount of self-control for that, and then you also have to have self-control for actually sitting there and studying or doing whatever project you're working on. So as Andrew was saying, if it's something that you actually want to do, then you're not thinking, oh, I have to be here, I have to put my phone away. If it's something you actually want to do, that you're motivated, you're very clear about the goals, then that works in a very positive way to drive that. From the point of view is that I do see, however, it has shortened attention spans, because people are spending less time in a world of focus, and they are quite often unfocused. It's a dopamine hit, the same way as we would get dopamine hits, but in other ways from drugs and alcohol. But it gives this dopamine hit, and then it gives a crash afterwards. So if you spend a long time scrolling, you get a dopamine hit, you get a rush, but then you get a crash the way you might get a sugar hit, a rush, where you might drink alcohol and feel great and get a hangover. So it trains the brain to be craving this dopamine, so to be craving this hit. And that means it's addictive, not in a hugely same way as drugs and alcohol, which have chemical addictions to them as well, but it's addictive from a behavioral point of view, and it makes it harder to stop. And let's be honest, the people who have designed these tools, they understand human behavior. They employ psychologists like me, but on the other side, to make it more and more engaging, to keep people there, because they want people on their platform so that they can get more advertising dollars. I mean, these people are very rich. They are not doing it to make the world a better place. They're doing it basically to make themselves wealthier. So think about when you're doing this. I think the challenge is you've got a lot more challenge. You have to exercise your self-control. If you can manage it through habits, then you can limit the amount of self-control and use your self-control to drive your motivation towards the goals you want to do.
Thank you. That gives us a clear picture of what's going on beneath the surface. It raises an interesting question about how this plays out when there is high stakes and high pressure. So Andrew, elite sport demands focus in high stress, high distraction environments. What mental habits separate athletes who stay motivated from those who lose consistency?
Oh, that's a really good question, Max. So the higher the stakes, obviously, the more you have your own mind and so playing tricks on you, thinking about the outcomes. I think motivation, as I mentioned earlier, the clear goal setting. At the highest level, I mean, we have multiple types of goals. We have our outcome goals. At the end of the day, we want to win a tournament. And that sort of guides the motivation on a day-to-day basis. But of course, you have to break it down into smaller segments. You have your own personal performance, how well you play. In the case of badminton, you have an opponent that you're adapting to, so you have the tactical elements. And I think the connection to all of these and those pieces individually are kind of again, coming back to you have to find what is really interesting for you, and that's where everyone has their own unique take on sports and performance. As we get to the higher level at the world elite class, I mean, it is about trying to be successful and win. But for the long term, I mean, if you're only focused on that, that's sort of a way to unhappiness.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I would like to ask you a backup question. How does that transfer to your coaching career as a coach?
That's as I talked earlier, I mean, setting clear goals with my badminton students is one of the most fun, productive. I mean, I have my knowledge and I have my passion for the sport, but it's just so cool when a young student. I'm going to shout out to Zilon Ong, who's one of the students here at the school. He's my student and comes 3 times a week to Zurich at 6:30 in the morning. We start our training for the last 3 years. And this goal setting is just so critical, because as soon as somebody is clear about what they want, the motivation just comes naturally. Having to wake up at 6 a.m. becomes easy, and putting away different pieces of that can distract you in their place in your life is much easier to do when we're motivated about our goals.
Thank you very much for sharing. I think what you mentioned is very transferable in beyond sports into school, work, and everyday discipline. And this brings us to a perspective many people here will strongly relate to. Thank you very, very much for that. Mick, as a student and competitive athlete, what distractions feel hardest to manage, and what keeps you motivated when training gets tough or progress feels slow?
Yeah, thanks, Maxi. In terms of distractions, it's actually not really much technology or my phone. It's more the thoughts that go on inside my head and the things that I cannot control. Let's say I'm in training and I'm sitting at the start. I'm thinking of all these things that will happen at the end of the race, all these things that are not currently in my control. That will distract me from doing the best I can in the moment. As Jane said, taking things that you can control and doing the best you can in that moment. So I would just say, trying to be as present as possible and not thinking about the end outcome, thinking about things that you cannot control. And if I think about things that I cannot control, it distracts me from doing the best that I can in the moment.
Thank you for sharing that perspective. To bring everything together, we've talked about psychology, elite performance, and real student experience. So I'd like to end by looking forward. Looking ahead, how do we build motivation that lasts? Not just short bursts of productivity, but long-term focus, purpose, and well-being. I'd like to begin with Jane, then followed by Mick, and then Andrew. Thank you.
It's a really good question, and I think if we found the answer to that in this panel and we could bottle it all up into a secret recipe or something, then we would become all very famous and rich. There is goal setting, I think, is a really interesting one, and when we can be in a state of flow working towards that goal. So I'll leave goal setting to Andrew, he talks about it so well, but getting into a state of flow means that basically you're in this world where you're very present, as Mick was saying, in the here and now, and just working on that task, and it feels like a joy. And I hope you've probably experienced it at some time where you lose track of time because you were playing a sport, playing the piano, relating with some people, you forget how the time has gone. So if you can find those moments where you can get into a state of flow, that keeps you, it's a natural motivation, it's a natural high, and it will keep you wanting to get back into that state and wanting to work that way. And if it's towards a goal, towards a big project, then a little step each time, these small moments, as we've talked about, it takes a strong and steady way. But I advise how we can sort of get into that state of flow once a day would be great. It's pretty hard to do this 6 or 7, 8 hours a day. It usually just is a moment. However, there are artists who do talk about having these huge states of flow where they created some fantastic artwork, or composers who wrote some magical music, which really has changed the world later when they've been in this highly creative phase. But if we can get the small snippets of that, it allows us to just keep moving forward and be highly motivated without any forcing and willpower.
Thank you for sharing that insight on how small changes make big impact. Mick, do you have anything to add on?
Yeah, for sure. So quite similar to what Jane said, I don't think the motivation will just randomly come on its own. You have to be hungry for something, and by doing that, you have to set a goal. It might even seem unrealistic at first, but setting a big goal is the first step. It's very important. So for me, that's getting into my dream school, getting recruited to my dream school, and achieving something on the world stage. And then once you have that, you chip away every single day. and you might not see anything in the beginning, but you give it a few months, not even maybe a year, 2 years, and then you start to get to high levels. And along that way, you meet some great people, and then you like love what you do. And I think that's also a big part, doing something that you truly like and truly love. And then the motivation kind of comes back on its own. So, yeah.
Thank you for sharing that perspective on how connection starts with something that you enjoy. Andrew, do you have anything to add on to what Mick and Piper Jane said?
I completely agree with Mick. I think when I think about a 15-year badminton career that I had as an athlete, I mean, you're not always 100% motivated, but you find when we're thinking about some target, but what we find is some day-to-day enjoyment to be around with your colleagues, with the other athletes I was training with. I think that's you're allowed to shift what is fun in the activity that you're doing, and one day you can be for a few years you can be focused on a very big target in terms of performance. The next, it can be about just improving some little aspect. The next, you're having fun with your friends. And I think by having this balance in whatever community you're in, I think that's really a critical aspect to being able to do it for a long time. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. That is all I have in terms of questions. Thank you to all the panelists for the experienced views on motivation in the age of distraction. So we're now going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process all this information and get your questions ready. Please keep them brief, and I will do my best to get as many of your questions as possible.
Good job.
All good? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Are the mics still on? Nope, off.
Off,
Mics
yeah,
are off.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
okay, good.
Yeah.
No, I guess not.
Will do. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well done.
You too.
I'm guessing it's the rowing team in the front.
No, no. No. We will now begin with questions from the audience. I would ask that you please state your name and school, as well as the panelist you're addressing your question to, followed by a brief question.
Hello, my name is Anthony Ottinger, and I'm a part of ISLO, and I have a question for Jane Piper. What do you believe the first steps are to curing this distraction of social media?
Ooh. I could be very unpopular and say I think the Australian government has done the right thing by banning social media under the age of 16, but I imagine under this audience that I will be in trouble. So your question was, what do I think the first steps are? I think in an environment where it's not banned, the first steps are really to think about, the question to put in your mind is this time well spent? And if you are sitting there thinking, I'm connecting with my friends, I'm having a nice time, that's great. And that's the purpose of social media. And this is if you are just consuming somebody else's ideas that they think that you want based on an algorithm through a feed, and you're just scrolling through and not really thinking and not engaging with the information, then you sort of think it's not time well spent. So the first small step, I think, is every time you pick up your phone is to ask yourself this question: is this time well spent?
Thank you. Does anyone else have a question?
I'm Nicola. I'm from IZL. So I have a question for Mick. As you were talking about earlier, before races, you wanna be in the present. So is modern lack of motivation actually a rational response to overstimulation rather than your personal failure?
Well, yeah, I think just in the moment trying to silence everything else that you're thinking of that will come. And yeah, Jane, Andrew, do you have anything to add to that? Not sure. Quite a complicated question.
Yeah, it's, as you say, if you are focusing on the things in the here and now, with the magic of having a long-term goal somewhere way out there, but you're not focusing on that goal so much, you're focusing on the steps as you're moving your way forward. A lot of athletes, the struggle comes at the point that they're focusing too much on that big goal of what they want to achieve. So it's about being realistic about, or having the mental strength to be able to block out some of those thoughts and just focus in on the here and now, the race that you're trying to win at the moment. That race will then lead to something else. So an student athlete I was dealing with, he was often jumping out of the blocks too early when he was a sprinter. And so it was about maintaining that focus. And the more you worry about, I'm going to upset the race, I'm going to all the other people who are at the starting blocks of those races are sort of staring at you and giving you the evil eye after you do that. It's being able to put all that behind you and just focus on what you want to do. A little bit about what Troy said as well, focusing on who you are and your unique strengths.
Yeah, another expression I quite like is don't stack the hurdles. So like literally what it would mean is if you're a runner, you wouldn't put all the hurdles in one place because you'd obviously tremble over them. And if you take that into a day-to-day, let's say you have a race at the end of the day, you wouldn't want to think about all these things. Maybe you have a test as well in school. You wouldn't not want to stack all these things on top of each other and distract you from doing what you can in the moment. So that would mean to just lay everything out in the day and do everything best you can. So it could be as simple as making your bed in the morning and just doing every bit of your day to the best of your ability. And then that will help you focus on the end outcome more than trembling over the hurdles or not thinking about what you can do best in the moment.
Thank you for sharing those perspectives. Andrew, as a former professional athlete, do you have anything to add on to what Jane and Mick have said?
I mean, yesterday we're discussing some of these thoughts that come into our heads. I mean, we're all humans, the best in the world. I mean, I've talked with many of the #1 players in badminton in different, the men, the women, and they all have doubts and fears. And in the moment, I think that's really a critical thing to know that, hey, you can doubt, and but then you just need to take an extra second to refocus. And I had some real old grandfather type coaches who just used one word, focus. And the more you hammer yourself that you have to focus, the more it helps you to just get focused. And it sounds really simple, and it sort of is sometimes when you're in that moment and you just have to refocus. You just have to focus, but it's if you're always worrying that you're having these thoughts and feelings in a sporting environment, it's totally normal. I mean, so many of these top players in the world talk about their doubts and fears, and usually what happens when you talk about it or when you even accept them, they go away because you realize they're just fears. It's not necessarily reality.
Thank you. Does anyone else in the audience have a question? Yes.
My name is Tigris. My question is to Mick. How important is for you to give up on things in order to achieve your goal? And how important is that for you?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks, Tigris. In terms of giving up things, I wouldn't say I give up a lot of things. I would say I prioritize my sport in the way, but I also try to prioritize other things that are also important to me, as that's school for me. But I don't really, like, I give up time, for example, that I could have spent outside of school with my friends for training. So that's giving up something, but I try to do what I can best. Yeah.
To add on, Mick, how do you manage balancing those aspects, as Tigris has mentioned, sports, academics, and such?
Yeah, I think it's all about building habits into your day. In the beginning, it might seem quite hard, but once you start building habits and let's say the times that you can study and you have a fixed training, you adjust to it quite quickly, and I think that's a big part. So just building habits, seeing which time in the day that you can fix to, let's say, do this 30 minutes or 1 hour of schoolwork and fix that, and just using your time efficiently.
So Mick, would you recommend having a clear timetable to the audience?
Yeah, I think that's great, but I think it's also just having those habits fixed to yourself also, so.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
Hello, I'm Luna from St. Charles International School, and I want to ask a more specific question to Ms. Jane. What steps could people with mental illness take in respect to gaining more motivation for the future, as people who struggle from disease like depression can't see a future for themselves?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I think that's where, when a person's in a place of depression, they can't see the future, and that's where some process of therapy or something like that helps a person to be able to move so that they can move to a place where they can see a future. And so it's not to say, so there's the clinical process there of going through and helping somebody find a future and finding what they want to work on and how they can move forward in that in their own steps and in their own time is usually a process of some one-to-one therapy, so that you can help the person be able to move on, see their own goals, work at it at their own pace.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience?
My name's Ava Kors, and I'm from Hull School. I have a question for Jane. It's difficult to stay up to date with social life when most of the people our age rely on internet references and connections to communicate with each other. How would you be able to find a balance between social relatability and a limiting screen time?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, it's limiting screen time, not eliminating screen time. So it's definitely the things which are bringing you joy, connection, then and obviously there's a lot of things on the phone which are also just basically practical, like knowing how to get to which tram stop to get to and where to get off and these sorts of things. So there's nothing, I'm not saying that you should eliminate phones and we should all live like old-fashioned people in caves and things like that. What I'm saying is that you basically need to eliminate the times where it distracts you from getting into a place where you're motivated and in your own flow, or you're just using it as a way of escaping or a distraction. So I would say definitely continue to use the tools they are, the modern communication tools they are, what people do, and it would be very hard to go back to something where we posted letters to people or talked on a landline, because people don't have landlines anymore. So it's not about eliminating it, but it's limiting it, and it's asking that question I said before, is it time well spent? Is this a time well spent to have a conversation with some friends, or is this idly looking at some feed that Mark Zuckerberg thinks is what you should be looking at?
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience?
My name is Matthias, grade 11 here at ISLL. I have a question for Mick and Andrew. How should people motivate themselves for long-term goals where there's little to no short-term results?
Well, I think, at least for me, if the goal is big enough and I have something big to work for, I can see I can put like short-term checkpoints and just work hard every single day. And you do see consistent results, and I think those do contribute to the motivation that you naturally get. Andrew, do you have anything to add?
Well, in the sporting context, there is, you set short-term, medium-term, long-term goals, and so having those short-term goals, in the case of badminton, it might be improving your backhand. That's something that with a few training sessions you can get much better at, and by having these little blocks of areas to improve, I think that's how you can definitely mitigate that. But when you mention that, it reminds me of some students that I've had who are not progressive learners. Some people, they step by step get better, and there's some players who are like really flatlining, trying hard to improve a skill, for example, and there's just like there's no result, no gain for like a long time, and then at one moment they get it and they're like, oh, that's what it's supposed to be like. And I've had some athletes, let's say 30% of the athletes who are on that way of learning where it's not just sort of coming in this progressive way, and it just kind of comes with like a real spike, and once they figure out that movement they have to make, it's kind of easy. But that part is pretty frustrating if you're if you see zero progress in a period of time where you expect, especially if you compare yourself to another one who's making more of that progressive gain.
Yeah, I think just comparing yourself to yourself and being positive and just showing up every day will already make an impact. Just doing the little things really help.
Thank you. Andrew, you mentioned flatlining and not seeing progress. Do you have any advice for people that are in similar shoes?
Well, in the case of badminton and sport, I mean, it's always about discussing what's going on, what's going wrong, and coming up with solutions. In some cases, you just have to keep working around the problem. Sometimes you have to table that challenge, and just that break from focusing on it can help. And that's the part that I love about sports, is that it's so dynamic. You have your technical aspect, then you can compete against somebody and do this tactic thing. I'm really into League of Legends. Since I retired as a professional badminton player, that's where I get my competitive fix, is going online on my PC. My wife allows me 3-4 games a week, 30 minutes, 40 minutes a game, and that gives me that feeling from a competitive side, but working with athletes, and I mean, it's so much more rewarding as a coach to have a bunch of athletes getting better. But that's a really good question.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience?
So I'm Maria Carmen from the International School of Bern, and it's a question I want to address to all of you. Do you think that distraction can be a fuel for motivation, given the communities which are created on social media, in sports or work or school?
Thank you for that question. I'd like to begin with Jane, then Mick, and then Andrew, since it's directed to everyone.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it comes back to the question we answered before. It's not about eliminating social media, and certainly you can use social media for good. And one of the things that there's definitely the opportunity to build communities where you can't meet people physically, or maintain a community where you've met people, say like here today, and continue to maintain that community by connecting with people through social media. So there's definitely good parts of it. I'm not saying never use it. It's more think about, come back, I think I said it 3 times now, is it time well spent? Are you connecting with people, or are you mindlessly scrolling some entertainment?
Thank you. Mick?
Yeah, I agree with Jane. It's about limiting and moderation and not using it too much, I guess.
Was the question in relationship to communities in your chosen activity? Yeah, that's, I think, I mean, I grew up in a time there was no social media when I was playing badminton as a teenager. But definitely I had groups of friends who were more supportive and more optimistic about my potential, and I had some who were not. And I definitely, over time ended up spending more and more time with the ones who sort of had the similar view, similar idea, similar belief. And yeah, that would be an interesting deep dive to go into how that community that you connect with online ends up supporting or hindering your goals. That's a really good question.
Andrew, you mentioned groups that support you. Do you think groups that supported you are the reason for who you've become today?
Yeah, I mean, it always helps to have people believing in you. I've had a lot of coaches who gave me the hard talk to get back on track when it was when I was being just a bit too much of a silly teenager, having too much fun from the social side. Yeah, I think your group is very impactful, and your family. But at the end of the day, if you have a passion and everyone else around you is not supportive, I mean, you still have to try to fight against that and not let that bring you down as well. Not easy, but I mean, if you want to be doing the thing that you really believe you have to do, you just have to break out and do it.
Yeah, I think a very powerful thing is also to surround yourself with people who lift you up. And in my sport, as a case, people who are better than me. And I feel like if I surround myself with people who are quicker than me and better than me, I will also lift myself up to their standard.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience?
Yeah, hello. My name is Maxime from ISL grade 10. My question is, similar to the previous one, people they consume this content on social media that's supposed to motivate you, but at the same time you consume it and you don't take an action. How do you deal with this?
Who should the question be directed to, if I may ask?
Anyone.
Well, yeah, I think what that social media is giving you is just a short dopamine hit, and whatever you see, but that's not giving you a long-term goal where the motivation will come naturally. You might have that motivation for 10 minutes and then you forget about it after. So,
yeah. All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Hi, my name is Elton and I'm from Yu Chung International School, Hong Kong. I would like to ask, how would you give tips to, for example, a younger person on how to create big goals to find motivation for them in the future or in higher education? This question is directed to Nick. Thank you.
Thanks, yeah. Well, I think the first step is finding something that you enjoy, finding something that you really love and you put the work into. And then that's finding a goal. Well, in terms of sport, finding a goal that could seem unrealistic or that's very big. And then, yeah, just working at it every single day. But you have to find something that you really enjoy to set a goal for. If you don't enjoy it, then you won't be willing to put the work in. I'm sure Andrew has something to say about that.
Yeah, I think very important that whether you have a goal or not, I mean, it's you want to be going to the place that you want to be going to, whether that's sports, whether that's some other activity. I think it's really a critical, we talked about setting that big goal that's going to drive you for years, but it has to be in something that you're enjoying your day-to-day interaction with the world. And yeah, that's really a critical aspect.
Thank you for sharing those perspectives. Any other questions from the audience?
Hi, my name is Lena. I'm from Hull School. And I was wondering if maybe Jane could answer how you could come back from being burnt out after working for a goal too hard.
Yeah, that's where I work with a lot of people and burnt out after working too hard in a company and a job. And if you've been working too hard on something, it's either about deciding, in these cases, is it deciding why you're really doing it and reconnecting with that purpose as to why you're doing that goal. So in the case of the workplace, people are working hard. When we have these discussions, they wonder why. We start questioning, and that question has perhaps been sitting there for a while. why am I working so hard and not spending, say, all my weekends working and not going out and doing sport, not spending time with my family, all these sorts of things. And they're asking that question. And so it's been about trying to pull them in a positive way back to a more balanced lifestyle, so that while you're working on a goal, that you're also recognizing you need time to rest and refuel and re-energize. I think sports people will talk about it from a physical point of view, that you need time off to rest and refuel, but also from a mental place. So you can have a goal, but if you keep focusing on it too strongly, there needs to be that fine balance between actually also having other things that bring you joy and help you refresh mentally as well.
Thank you. We will be now moving to the last audience question.
Hello. I'm Artemis, and I had a question for Andrew. I was wondering if you can clearly see a difference between the motivation you had when you were a teenager growing up without social media or a phone in general, in comparison to your students playing badminton today with you.
Yeah, that's a great question. I would think that there are a lot of parallels. I mean, living in the Stone Age like I did many years ago as a kid, there are still distractions, and there are still things that are pulling you, your friend circles. We had the movie theater, we had arcades. That was we had distractions. I mean, it's another level of intensity for sure now. I think it starts with the activities. I mean, all of my students who come to the badminton hall to train with me don't have their phones with them in the training. So that 2 hours that we're together is phones free, joyful, intense learning and competitive time. And I think that, there's definitely a higher intensity, and but at the end of the day, it's really, at the end of the day, it's, we have to just find that discipline and those strategies to limit and to stick with focusing on the goals. I think that's really at the end of the day. But yeah, there's a big difference, although it's kind of the same. Yeah.
Thank you for all of those amazing audience questions, and thank you, panelists, for your responses. That is all the time we have today, as the session is now coming to an end. I'd like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, as well as the panelists for sharing their experiences and perspectives on this very important topic. Thank you.
Nearly a standing ovation.
Buying clothes has never been easier. 80 billion items are manufactured every year.
The global marketplace is someplace where we export work to have happen in whatever conditions we want, and then the products come back to me cheap enough to throw away without thinking about it.
Too high a price, paid only by the workers, women, men, children who have now become the new slaves of the 21st century.
The fashion industry plays a powerful role in shaping culture and identity that's even been described as a broad cultural phenomenon by French philosopher Gilles Lipovetsky. It is a powerful tool of expression present in our daily lives. And despite fashion and sustainable fashion showing significant growth over recent years, its impact on people and on the planet continues to be overlooked and often neglected. Behind many everyday clothing choices are systems of labor exploitation, environmental harm, and deep inequalities, which particularly affect vulnerable communities and developing nations. Fast fashion accelerates these issues, driven by rapid production cycles, low cost, and not only the normalization, but also the glamorization of constant consumption on social media. This has, unfortunately, led to unethical labor practices and environmental damage to become normalized and, in many cases, invisible. Since the late 1800s, fashion seasons have always been produced in two separate seasons, the fall-winter collection and the spring-summer collection. However, in the last 30 years or so, commonly known fast fashion brands like Zara have sped these process up and now produce clothing at more than 52 micro-seasons. This rapid production of clothing in extremely poor working conditions allows the clothing to be sold at low prices, often being attractive to customers. However, the reason behind these prices are much less attractive. Not only are the materials in the clothing cheap, but the workers making them are often paid extremely low wages. In Bangladesh, an extremely large exporter of fast fashion clothing, workers are paid a minimum wage of $113 per month and are often forced to work in extremely dangerous and unsanitary conditions. Understanding these realities is essential to rethinking the role fashion plays in society. Hello, my name is Julieta Stupia, and I am a grade 11 student here at IZL and a member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you to the Ethics and Media Influence in the Fashion Industry panel. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome 3 experienced professionals who will have key and unique insights in the fashion industry. Please join me in welcoming Karina Matner, a designer and project manager at Fashion Revolution, a slow fashion organization based in Zurich. Troy Armour, the CEO and founder for Junk Couture and our keynote speaker. Junk Couture is a sustainable fashion brand working to create the status quo of fast fashion. And Sarah Liz Marty, an artist and designer working at Common Goods, a Swiss-based project working to change the ways in which we interact with fashion and making the future of fashion more sustainable. Please join me in welcoming our speakers. The first 20 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions about ethics and media influence in the fashion industry. The first question addresses all panelists, so please feel free to answer. There are many stakeholders when it comes to discussing fashion: consumers, designers, CEOs, and more. Where do you think responsibility to drive meaningful change lies most strongly? Brands, consumers, media, or policymakers, and why? Troy, would you mind starting?
Yeah, Julia, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I'm
welcome your mom in the front row, right? And then we had Shakira music as the introduction. The Columbia theme is fantastic. This is a difficult question, right? And thinking about it from my own point of view, to me, my hat falls in two different groups. So one, I think it's not the responsibility of the brands, right? For me, and I'll explain why, because I'm an entrepreneur, and entrepreneurs start brands. And the world that we have currently built, right, is, from an economic point of view, revolves around one equation. And that is the equation where capital rewards consumption. So from an entrepreneur's point of view, is them selling more clothing to you is them succeeding. That's what success looks like. And if they sit in front of their investors or their stakeholders and they're going to tell them, we're not going to sell more clothes, or we're not going to sell more iPhones, or it's closed today, but we're not going to sell more product, those investors are going to disappear. And so that company would fail. And so that's the model we built in the world, and that model is the one that they're working around. So we have to look at two other groups. And I think one, the easiest one is, and I see, you know, I'm living in the south of France, what happened in France is this thing of the right to repair. So that's coming from policymakers. So policymakers looking at the world around them and going, okay, how as we as leaders can have the courage to go, even with small changes, can we start to influence what's happening? So, and one of that is the right to repair is this idea that people, instead of just throwing something out when it gets in a hole in it, have the right to get that repaired, and different mechanisms where we're encouraged to not see it as disposable instantly. And I think then the last one, the responsibility is with all of us. So I think all of us have a responsibility ourselves. And that's a hard place to be, to educate a lot of people at a lot of time, to go and ask the question, do I really need this? So in my home, for example, we have a line that we use, is this future trash? And if it's future trash, then my thing is, I'm not going to buy that. But that's the thing I ask myself, is this future trash or not? And like, there's so many different things in the world now, gadgets and gimmicks, and, you know, but it's just having that wherefore to say, do I need it?
I think that's a really interesting point that you bring up about the responsibility from consumers to kind of decide, is it necessary to incorporate this? And I think that maybe, Karina, you could add something to the responsibility aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. Am I on the microphone? Yeah. First, I need to clarify, I'm part of Fashion Revolution, which is a global organization, and I'm also part of Maison Shift, which is based in Zurich, platform for small individual sustainable brands. So that's quite important to point that out, because Fashion Revolution is exactly addressing the community of fashion users, raising awareness on the background of fashion production, on everything that you pointed out in your entrance speech really well. So, and our approach is really bold and giving the consumer a voice, delivering information, and also using the power of being a global movement to influence policymakers and media representation. And this is very important, and it's more like a piece of cake, like every part, or a whole cake, and every part is important, and they're all interdependent. So the policy making is really important in the long run, but the consumers and the people's movement is really important to influence the policy making, and therefore we address the media, and we do events that are really publicly raising awareness, so policy can change. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying some about what you do as well. And I think that, Sarah, you kind of have something similar that you work with, similar to Karina, and I think that maybe you could expand on this idea about the work that she does and how it relates to you.
Yeah, I mean, Karina and I have known each other for a few years now, but maybe to your question of responsibility, I have similar opinions, and I might disagree with one of your points. I do believe there needs to be like both a top-down and a bottom-up kind of responsibility. So I definitely agree we need policymakers leading the change or reacting. Maybe what bottom-down is starting to ask because I don't think brands are doing enough. And I'm especially thinking about the big brands. But we definitely need policy because, yeah, the free market has not, gone in a direction that has kind of allowed for sustainability to be anything other than financial sustainability. I think social and environmental sustainability has just been kind of forgotten about. And we've had movement, but I do see the movement flattening again. A lot of EU regulation that has come in has also been kind of softened again because brands have stood up and said it's too difficult. And I also work in a brand, so I know, what it means, and it is a lot of work. But I do believe it's the only way the system is going to change. So I do see responsibility within brands also to do better. And maybe just to add to your point, I do think as consumers we can ask more from brands and should stand up and demand better.
That's a really interesting way to look at it. Building on this idea of responsibility, I wanted to ask you, Karina, about your work at Fashion Revolution. You previously explained a bit about what Fashion Revolution does, but I would like to ask, how do you balance the pressure for commercial success with ethical responsibilities in design and production? And how is this reflected in the brands that Fashion Revolution chooses to work with or align itself with?
Fashion Revolution does not work with brands. To state that, like really, Fashion Revolution cannot take the responsibility because we cannot really say this brand is doing it well or not. But brands are important in the Fashion Revolution movement, but they can choose to use our means to represent their transparency. So we demand brands to show how is their production, who is making their clothes. We're using the hashtag Who Made My Clothes, and brands can pick up on this and show their transparency. So it's more like the brands choose Fashion Revolution as a means of communication for their values. And so Fashion Revolution has other financial issues, more like how do we finance our NGO work. But to come to your point, I can give the perspective of Maison Shift, where we invite small Swiss brands to come together as a community and support them to face these issues. Like it is difficult for a small brand that knows the production chain and it's really caring for their workers, and they know all the steps of the production really well, and they wherever they choose to produce, if it's in Switzerland or if it's overseas, they really know the projects. They work with small supporting projects that help people in the production chain have a sustainable lifestyle and earn a good living. So for them, of course, it's very important to access a market, and we find like the community helps solve issues, but also we can help make them more visible, like to get people know the brands and raise also the awareness of the consumers that handcraft takes time, and this is why sustainably produced fashion is in most cases more pricey, and also to be aware that they consume differently and look for quality and look for longevity, so they can spend more on a single project because they purchase less. So it's all about educating the consumer, but also helping the brands like reach a broader audience and educate the audience.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I think it's really interesting, that topic that you brought up towards the end about educating the consumers and kind of where they're buying from and what type of brands they're actually purchasing their clothing at. And this next question I think is quite similar, and it actually addresses Sarah. Common Goods is working to change the ways in which we interact with fashion, like renting clothing items, hoping to make the future of fashion more sustainable. What role do small, sustainable brands like Common Goods play in reshaping the industry's culture and consumer habits?
Yeah, I almost want to differentiate quickly here. You've said it at the start, Common Goods is a project. I don't see us as a brand. We don't work within that traditional system. We have a very small series of jackets, and they're rented for 2 months at a time, and they're given from person to person. Like, they don't come back to us. It's really a bit of a social experiment, and you have to embroider your name onto the jackets. This is one of them. So I don't see me as being really the voice to represent small brands. However, I do know a lot of small brands because we are also part of Maison Shift, that community. What I can say, small brands have always been at the forefront of change and of inspiration. You know, it's so often the small ones that have the kind of agility and creativity to trial new ideas much more quickly. You know, larger brands from kind of idea to full collection, whether that's luxury or outdoor brands, less so fashion brands, but usually that period is like 2.5 years, whereas smaller brands, they're much more agile in kind of test and trialing new things. So you will see, if you start kind of including smaller brands in your bubble or in your feeds, that they're the ones that push to change. They're the ones, I would say, with integrity, sharing voices of garment workers, trialing new ways of doing fashion, doing business, including consumers. So yeah, don't be afraid. Don't be scared of the underdogs. Or underestimate them. Yeah.
That's a great point. Small brands or projects definitely are shaping the future of sustainable fashion, which actually brings me to my next point about social media. Social media has definitely created a space for fast fashion to thrive. However, it has also allowed small businesses or projects to promote their brand. This next question addresses all panelists. For your perspective, how has social media changed the way fashion is consumed, and what consequences has that shift created? Maybe, Karina, you could start us off?
Yeah. There's a big win in social media, which is that small brands are actually able to reach an audience that is far away, or it's very specific audience that they wouldn't have found in their local shop. So, to point out the advantage, because there are also lots of difficult things about this going big, spreading it all over. But I think it opens opportunities to really find your audience, which is very important for a small brand. Like, yeah, it's always good to be local, but also if you're very specific, selling all your things to Japan, it's a bit weird, but somehow it keeps them alive, some of the small brands. It's opening so much, ways to find the people that love what you do.
Troy, maybe you could add something about the role that social media plays on.
I'm thinking about so many things, like from just the things that you've said and different things, and just even from your introduction speech, and you know, like, and if you go back to just this concept of fashion is art, you know, and it's actually the most common form of art in the world, because every one of us uses it to express who we are, and for generations that's what we've done, for generations. And when I go back to when I was a kid, there were less events maybe, but you get new clothes for your communion or for Christmas or going back to school, or like you said earlier, the 2 seasons, you got new clothes, a new way to express yourself, a new version of you. And like we all know with art, if we look back through the generations, art has been a way of us using our voice, telling stories, and it has just been the natural evolution of the world that things have got faster. You know, we're talking around about smartphones. You can now communicate with somebody on the other side of the planet in seconds, and before, an airmail letter took 2 weeks. So everything is speeded up, Social media is another, I'll say symptom of that speed up, right? Because I'll go back to the thing of the core problem. And I do want to say this as well, that I think one of the biggest problems in the room is that we can't define sustainability. Because really, if we bog down to what sustainability is that we just need the clothes we've got today. So if you're a creator of garments, are you part of the problem already? But it's that thing of getting people to agree, what is sustainability? What is it? And as an entrepreneur too, another thing that I have learned in 30 years of growing businesses is you'd never treat the symptom. Because if you do, it'll be back next week again. If you've got people in your company that don't agree and you treat that as a symptom, and until you go to the core of any problem, you will not fix it. And so that is the biggest thing in the room. Like, what is that core? I still come back to the capital rewards consumption model that we've created. And we need to define how sustainability can fit in that for then all these other things to then latch into that. So for me, social media, all it has done is just create more events in the year that you need new clothes for. So, for example, I wear this as my uniform when I come to speak, as opposed to just wearing something different every single time. But I do see the need for young people on a weekly basis going, well, I wore that last week I can't put it on the gram again. I have to get something else. And so that was their initial need. And then fast fashion brands came to fill the gap and go, well, we'll give you new things every single week. And I do want to make one other point too, because you said it at the start. And I'm just making this point, it's complex. It's a complex problem. In the Western world, one salary usually feeds 2 to 3 people. That's the family size, and kind of that's the stretch of it. But in Southeast Asia and some of these poorer countries, one salary feeds 10. And it might be a small salary, but there's 75 million people involved in fast fashion production in Southeast Asia. So they're feeding 750 million people. So if we just cancel fast fashion over here tomorrow, that's the problem, we need to solve it. We get rid of that. We could have 750 million people who are going to migrate because they've got no work and they've got nothing to feed themselves with. And that is, it's a big dynamic. This is not something that, is easy to solve. There are dynamics and shifts and all kinds of things that are involved in it. And social media is just a small element. Sorry, I went off.
No problem.
I do that, sorry.
Sarah, do you have something to add about the social media aspect and the type of role that it plays?
I also have loads to say about your last point, but maybe we talk about this later. In terms of social media, I think it really depends where you place yourself. Social media has brought us influencers that do shopping hauls, I think they're called, where they just show you all the stuff they've just bought. But they've also brought us amazing other things, people that show you how to do things differently, how to shop from your own wardrobe, so to speak. So I really think the good thing about social media is one thing that Corinna said, smaller brands also get a bigger reach, but also I want to say you decide what you consume. Of course, we have a lot of adverts in social media, which, maybe counteracts my point a little bit. But the things you can decide, they're in your hands. Like, you decide what you consume. So you can choose not to follow fashion influencers that promote buying loads of shit that you don't need. But you can choose to follow people that work in amazing projects in Cantamanta Market in Ghana, or you can diversify your feed by following Black, queer, female-owned small businesses and actually have different perspectives that you wouldn't have otherwise had. So I think that's an amazing part of social media that we can't underestimate, and that's been, I think, a really great kind of change.
I think that's also really important to point out how it also gives small brands a platform to promote their brand and to kind of advocate for what they stand for. This last question addresses Troy again. I've recently read that Jean Couture was appointed a Sustainable Development Goal champion. How has using the Sustainable Development Goals allowed you to drive decision making for your brand?
So for me, and I was on stage earlier, like, and you can see, like, my big thing is really the social impact. Social impact is a massive thing that's important to me, and one of the issues I have with the SDGs is people think it's about sustainability and this kind of stuff, but the three that really resonate with me are 4, 5, and 10, and it is this, gender equality, equal opportunities for people, quality education, and I think what Jean Couture has allowed me to do, there's a couple of things it's allowed me to do, so that it started before SDGs. And so it started out at me, like, as a person, who I am, what I wanted to do. But where I think the SDGs are important are they have given us a defined structure of things that we can help to achieve a better world. Because when you take the 17 together, every single one of them are common sense as headlines. And then one of the things that we tried to do, so we've reached 74 countries now, and we've had over 100,000 kids participate. And part of that is that through each one of the designs that they do, they have to relate it to an SDG. Because most of us have read the headlines of what the SDGs are. It's that when you go deep, some of those SDGs are 40 or 50 different things, right? And because it's the same thing I was saying earlier on about the 75 million people that earn out of this industry. And so one of the things for me was to get young people to dive deep into the SDGs. And so along now our journey, we have made it an educational program where through each design, so students who make, like the overall winner from last year, the girl who won the world final, her thing was really about life underwater. It was all made from mussel shells that at the end of the day she's going to grind down and put back into the soil. But the amount of stuff she learned about how the ocean feeds us, why it's so important to keep it clean, it's fantastic to see if you as well give somebody something cool to do, how they'll learn without even realizing they're learning. I think that's one of the big things, because if you sit here with a presentation on 17 SDGs, you put people to sleep, But if you give them this really cool task to do, which is you're going to create something that's sustainably made from materials that would normally go to the bin. Now, I have to I want to talk about Clodagh, actually, because Clodagh is the name of the girl who won the world final last year. But Clodagh entered twice into Jean Couture, and the first time as a 14-year-old, and the dress she made was from old moss, so it was alive. And so she watered that dress every day for 3 days for 8 months, right, as she built it, and as she went to the show and everything. And it was the first time ever we had a garment that was living, breathing, growing, right, as she wore it. And when the event was over, she made a whole video of this, and this is about educating other people. They become beacons of how she was able to plant that back in the soil, and it started to grow in the soil. That was, for me, completely sustainable fashion. And that's the circle. It came from the earth and went back to the earth. And so that was her journey about life on earth that she learned in that SDG. And then the next time she went and did life underwater. And, I think you have to, there's two ways of leading people. You lead them by beating them, you must do, or you lead them into something that they see as a good example. And I've always been in that boat, and that's really what Jean Couture is about. Leading people by good example, and then letting them themselves discover the SDGs or someone down that list of those 17 times 50 or 800 different pieces to go, oh my God, I really want to do something about that. Like, I remember whenever I found out, like 7-year-old girls, right, in India being sold into brick-making factories by their parents because their parents need the money to make bricks, to build things you don't even realize, and slavery. And there's so many facets to the SDGs. It was just for me to give a little piece of them to young people your age. And then, to change the world, you need an army. My goal is to try to reach 1 billion young people. What an army of change. That's kind of the goal for me.
Thank you so much for sharing that interesting perspective. That is all I have in terms of questions today. Thank you to all the panelists for their experienced views on fast fashion and what it means in terms of ethics, media influence, and sustainability. So we are now going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process the information and get your questions ready. Please keep them brief, and I will do my best to get to as many of your questions as possible.
Water's good.
Thank you.
Hello. We will now begin with questions from the audience. There will be 2 floating mics going around, so please raise your hand if you have a question. I would ask that you please state your name and school, followed by a brief question.
Hi there, my name is Emily Adam. I'm from the International School of Basel. This year we'll be running a fast fashion week in Earth Week, just to raise awareness. And one of the resources I came across a couple of years ago was a website called Good On You. I don't know if you've heard of it. It rates brands and gives you a 3-point thing of judging how sustainable it is. The problem I have is that the really sustainable brands are super expensive and out of the price range of young people who we're trying to inspire to make better choices. In your opinion, and giving advice to our young people to make better choices, what are the best ways of making better choices for sustainable fashion? Thank you.
I'd love to take this, or to start with it, because there's so many other ways than shopping new. We have so many clothes on this planet already. Like, we have enough clothes on the planet to last us, I don't know how many years.
6 generations?
Yeah,
apparently.
something like 6 generations. We don't have to buy new. Like, you can swap with your friends. I think ISL have done clothes swaps before, buying second hand. I mean, there's so many platforms now as well that you can just, do it digitally as well. Diversify the way you shop. There's many much cheaper and much more sustainable options than buying new. If you can't yet, afford more sustainable, I don't like using that word, brands. But I'm sure you guys have something to add.
Yeah, and further on, you can also pick up very easy skills to adapt the second-hand pieces to make them a little bit more special, a little bit more individual, and also to find ways to express your personality through that instead of buying a big brand or an expensive brand. Yeah.
I agree. Sarah saying, like, it is, what's the most sustainable clothing solution at the moment is use what we have. but I get this massive pressure. We have to have new clothes and all kinds of things. But if you have to buy new, it is how many times can I wear it? In junkature, like we talk to a lot of kids, and it's kind of going that, do we need it? If I do need it, can I wear it 30 times or more? That's the place to start, and that will just slow things down. That's where I am with this anyway, but I think your points are relevant. Right?
Thank you for your perspective.
Also maybe to add to that, it's like buying the good brands from good new app is one thing, but the other thing is really how long are you wearing this. I just wanted to point out that again, because it makes such a big difference how you wear your clothes. And even if you buy something secondhand that has not been produced sustainably or ethically correct, by wearing it for a long time, like extending the lifespan of the garment, you decrease the impact that much. So sometimes it's also even more important.
I remember I was at Climate Week in New York, I think it's 3 years ago now, and I was talking and this guy came up to speak to me after, and I looked at the name tag and I said Adam, and underneath it said Sheen, right? And I went, what are you doing at Climate Week, right? And he said, I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer at Sheen. And I was like, does that exist? Right? And he said, I've got the toughest job in the world. Now, Adam's no longer with Sheen, but in that conversation with him that day, he was hired for optics. So they were trying to, get an IPO and so on. And, he told me, no, I've got say, I'm going to do all these things. And one of the conversations we had around was just one of the things I was aware of, which is about, go back to the hauls that you said. So these influencers have these hauls, but one of those included, as I remember at the time, 7 bikinis for €7, right? And the idea was, and Sheen were openly telling you this was the idea, you're going on holidays for a week, buy one of these packs, and then you wear the red one on Monday and the blue one on Tuesday, and you just put them in the bin when they're finished. And that was just this open message. And I remember, Adam saying to me, and he fully believed, yeah, I'm going to create change. And then now for my team, when I came back to my team, and I was like, we've got a call next week with Sheen. Immediately they're like, why have you brought the devil into the room? And so that's another thing that we have to do too, is we have to be prepared to go inside some of these brands that we see and perceive. Otherwise we can't affect change. Sometimes my team are like, well, we have to work with this one. They're trying to do so much, they're already, Patagonia, and they do this and they do that, so on. And so it's tough, but unfortunately, Adam's no longer with Sheen, and I don't believe they have a Chief Sustainability Officer anymore.
Thank you for sharing that. Is there any more questions from the audience?
Hi, I'm Layal. I'm from IZL, and I wanted to follow up on the first question. So apart from secondhand stores, what are the exact alternatives that you guys purchase your own clothes from that you would recommend to the audience? This question is directed to Sarah.
I'm quite analog. I'm not so good with like Depop and Vinted and all that, but there's all of these, and there's many more. But I think during my bachelor's, I decided to not buy anything for a whole year, and it just really changed the way I look at what do I actually need. It's also when I started repairing my clothes, but I have very few brands that I buy new from, and also just buy very little stuff, but secondhand all the way. Analog secondhand stores, that's my go-to.
Thank you. And any more questions from the audience?
Hi, I'm Amber, and I'm from the International School of Geneva. I wanted to know what areas of the world or countries consume the most fast fashion.
Is your question directed to anyone in specific, or?
No, just anybody.
The so-called global north. The US and Europe. I mean, India and China are speeding up as well, but it's all the imperialistic countries that have pushed production out and therefore pushed out problems out of sight, to be quite blunt.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience?
Hi, I'm Sophia from St. Charles International School, and I have a question directed to Troy. What changes have you implemented into your business for it to be more sustainable?
Sophia, I can't see you, but I know you're out there somewhere.
I'm here.
Well, I think, and I talked about this just earlier briefly, I'm of the view you have to lead as you want people to follow. So, for example, I have no car in my life. That's one of the choices I made a few years ago, which isn't easy to do. You think it can be easier than it is, because then you start to have to go, okay, I rely on my feet, I rely on public transport. Sometimes you miss planes because the train doesn't run. That was one thing. Another thing then was I am very conscious about some of the things I do buy. So that thing in my head of, do I need this? What am I going to do with it? Where is it going to go when I'm finished with it? And I'll tell you, parts of where that came from was I moved. So I lived in Ireland for a long time, right, in two different parts of Ireland. And I remember that the last time when I moved, selling that house, and then, you know, I moved from a large house to an apartment. And so I couldn't take everything with me. And I became very conscious very quickly of how much trash, really, that I had accumulated. And this is the thing now that I see, it's strange, when I go into places, I see what I call future trash. So, for example, you know, we all travel, and then it's like, so I'm in Zurich this week. Do I buy the little plastic thing that says Zurich on it? Or the magnet? Like, I used to have magnets on the fridge of the places I used to visit. It's just consumption, you know. So it was then, maybe I've become very boring, and I've just stopped that thing now. Means I have more money, I make more conscious decisions, and then inside my business, I then can bring that leadership into my business. Because one of the big things that I've attended a lot of climate weeks, but the same in Davos next week is, you know, you have these global superstars talking about the need to be sustainable, and then they arrive in a private jet, you know, and then they've got all these things, and they're buying up this, and they're doing that, and they've got a big yacht, and you know, in the south, and so people don't follow, you know, and so for me, really, that thing comes from, as a leader, in my community, my home, and my family, and my business, it all has to be the same. And so that for me was, you know, making those conscious decisions and then allowing my team to follow rather than going, we must do. That's just my approach.
Thank you for sharing your perspective. We have time for probably one more question from the audience. So if anybody has any more questions.
Hello, my name is Constantine, and I'm from the International School of Zurich and Lucerne. You all talked about the positive and negative aspects of social media in the fast fashion industry. So I was just wondering, what do you think specifically policymakers can specifically do to increase the positive aspects of social media in the fast fashion industry, to reduce the fast fashion and decrease or mitigate the negative aspects that social media brings with it?
Well, it's quite different because you can choose what you follow, but you cannot really choose for the others what they follow.
It's an interesting question because it's one that the EU has yet to tackle. You know, they started tackling like AI as a thing, which is a mountain insurmountable. But as far as I'm concerned, the EU has yet to approach kind of, I guess, guarding, especially younger people from social media. But I'm trying to think. No, I can't think of.
I'm a bit tempted to report a fraud or like really brands that have a really bad impact to report them. Say like, no, I don't want to see that ad, at least, or say like it's like wrong values, but they are address Meta and tell them change your report points. But it's very difficult to have an impact then because it's so huge, right?
Like for me, like, and it's not specifically social media because I again would see that as a symptom, is that for me, policymakers, the way they would create that drop-down effect to affect change in social media is to redefine the formula that I gave earlier, the capital rewards consumption, and put in there it's capital plus nature, right? And so it's at the end of the day that there's a value put to nature in our valuation of GDP. And so once you do that, for me, once that is done, and companies are also, their profitability is measured by their value of nature, and their value of nature is given back, so it's a cost on your balance sheet, so your profit starts to drop or it's taxed. The minute that you then give that tax back, if you can return those items that become circular, whatever it is, right, and you solve that problem there, that'll filter. So then on social media, you will not get hauls anymore because they'll lose money. Once people are losing money in those companies, they will change. And the same, I know this is about fashion, but if I sat with Tim Cook right now, and Apple, before every launch of every product, does this report on the CO2 neutrality and all this. This is my issue again with sustainability being defined. And everybody goes, oh my God, that's great. They're doing all these things. But ultimately, he's selling a new phone every year that will probably last 3 or 4 years. So if he didn't do that and he turned around and says, okay, I'm going to be really a more sustainable company, which means I'm going to get people to consume less, I'm going to bring out a new phone every 3 years. Because really, this phone can last for 3 years. But his profits will die for the other 2. And that's the thing. This is a big dynamic. The minute policymakers change the definition of GDP to put nature in there, you will start to see those symptoms drop away, and for me will filter to social media and all the other things. But that takes courage, and that takes like a huge shift in where people are, because there's so many lobbyists around all those things. But that's my opinion on it.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. And I think that there is actually some more time for questions. So if the audience has anything else that they would like to ask.
Hello, I'm Julia, and I'm from ICEDL. And this one's directed to Troy. In an ideal world, what would sustainable fashion look like?
I once said in one panel that we'd all be cavemen, right, and just wear what we've got. But that's really it. Sustainable fashion for me really is wear the clothes you've got as much as possible. So like I do shop, I try to do it once a year and get 2 or 3 items for me that really will last. The point was made earlier on, some of those items are more expensive. And then I mix and match those, and I rewear them, and I just had to get out of the need to go. I need to turn up differently every single day. That for me, but I would like Sarah's point on this too, because and you're in a different space with this, right? And I didn't realize about this jacket, but I think it's a really cool idea where the thing is shared, and so it has more than one life, and if you look at things to have multi-life. So when I was young, where sustainability didn't exist, because it didn't need to. I grew up in rural Ireland, and so the clothes I wore usually came from my older cousins. So when they were finished, it came into our home. Then it went from me to my smaller brother to my smaller brother, and then it went on to somebody else, right? It had a multi-life. Ireland was very much about wool, so they were made out of a natural product that could then biodegrade. And so, that's an incredible space to be even back at. And if we could get back to that, even take petrochemicals out, the facet and the breadth of all of this is huge, just go through in a half an hour. But imagine just clothes being circular, multi-life, and have a circular element. That, to me, that'd be a great start.
I think I don't even want to say too much more. I guess when we don't have to call it sustainable fashion anymore, when just fashion is sustainable in all its holistic ways, considering the humans that have made it, the communities around those humans, the ecological, the ecosystems around the production, but where it lives. So really, when everything is considered, and we don't need that word anymore, that sustainable affect. And I have a small thing. I've got these socks. I don't know whether you can see them. It just says, buy less and mend more.
And yeah, definitely, I think that both of your points are extremely important to bring up. Maybe Karina, you have something to add on to that as well.
Yeah, I can pick up on the men more and totally agree with you. Like the perfect fashion is when the production is aware and no one is exploited anymore in the production. So that would reduce the complete production to a point where less is produced and less is exploited, so people still can work in the fashion industry. And we use our things, we mend our things, we create a relationship to our clothes and love our clothes again. And then we come to a point where we have an impact by spreading the word about it and influencing our peers by using the fashion in a very loving way.
Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, all three of you had very interesting points to bring up. Thank you again. That is all we have. That is all the time that we have today, as this session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, as well as all the panelists for sharing their experience perspectives onto this very important topic.
Alternative medicine is a medical treatment that some doctors may consider non-traditional care. It can work well to help manage a chronic condition or its symptoms when used alongside more traditional or conventional Western medicine.
Acupuncture, massage, dietary supplements. In the medical world, they all fall under a big umbrella called alternative and complementary medicine.
Some 400 such practices have been identified by the World Health Organization. But here in France, just 4 were recognized by the Medical Academy in 2013. Osteo, Tai Chi, acupuncture, and hypnotherapy.
When we talk about healthcare today, most people think of conventional medicine, which uses evidence-based methods such as pharmaceutical drugs, surgery, and radiation to diagnose and treat diseases. Complementary and alternative medicine, or CAM, takes a more holistic approach, including practices such as acupuncture, herbal medicine, yoga, and art therapy, all which aim to maintain the balance between the mind, body, and soul. As these practices become more integrated into mainstream healthcare, one question still remains. Can alternative therapies and modern medicine truly coexist to create a more holistic approach to healing? According to the World Health Organization, over 80% of people worldwide use traditional medicine. Focusing on overall well-being, CAM can help manage chronic issues like pain, stress, and sleep difficulties, while also supporting everyday challenges young people face: anxiety for exams, burnout, social pressure, and feeling constantly overwhelmed in a digital world. In 2023, the US CAM market was estimated at around $28 billion, and is projected to grow dramatically to $229 billion by 2033. This panel invites you to explore what complementary and alternative medicine is, and how these alternate approaches might play a meaningful role in redefining what healing looks like today. Hello, my name is Juliette Schnell, and I'm a 12th grade student here at ISL, and a member of the YFS series team. I would like to join you to the Healing Beyond Medicine, Arts, Music, and Alternative Therapies panel. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome 3 experienced professionals who all have key and unique insights on healing, from holistic alternative therapies to pharmaceutical care. First, I'd like to welcome Richard Bergström, a trained pharmacist and the Vice President of European Affairs at IQVIA, a global company focusing on clinical trials, health data, and life sciences research. Previously, he served as Sweden's vaccine coordinator during the COVID-19 pandemic and has led major organizations in the European pharmaceutical sector, including serving on the board of the Karolinska Institute. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Bergström. Next, I am pleased to present Mackenzie Steiner, a naturopathic doctor with 10 years of private practice focusing on environmental and functional medicine. Currently, the Health and Wellness Coordinator at Franklin University, Switzerland, she emphasizes prevention and integrative approaches to support the mental, physical, and emotional well-being of the university community. Please join me in welcoming Mackenzie Steiner. Finally, I am proud to introduce Victoria Neven, a clinical psychologist with a specialization in psychoanalytic clinic and art therapy. In her clinical practice, she is also a certified Iyengar yoga teacher and integrates various psychotherapies, yoga techniques, as well as talk and art therapies to support holistic healing. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Neven. Thank you all for being here today. The first 20 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about alternative medicine and its integration into mainstream healthcare. To open our discussion, I would like to begin by asking all the panelists to explain a little bit of what you do and share how your work fits into your understanding of healing. Victoria, would you like to start us off?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thank you once again for the invitation. I'm truly happy to be here today with all of you. So as Juliet said, I'm a clinical psychologist, art therapist, and an Iyengar yoga teacher. Many years ago, I was not really working with these three pillars all together, but I'm currently mixing everything every time more and more. So I can approach, I have my clinical, as a psychologist, I receive people, we can work through like just speaking and talking. In art therapy, it would be more through art techniques. And yoga is not only practicing poses, it's also the breathing technique, meditation techniques that truly helps a lot of people. So I'm really mixing all of it.
Thank you, Victoria.
Welcome.
You have many expertise in the various alternative therapies, such as creativity and movement, which I find really powerful. Mackenzie, I'll pass it to you.
I thought I'd explain a little bit about my profession, since it's a little bit of an unusual one. I'm a naturopathic medical doctor from the United States. So currently I'm not practicing clinically in Switzerland, though I'm working towards that. My profession is basically a degree in primary care medicine, where I treat all different body systems, and then we have a very wide range of a toolbox when we work with patients for treatment. So we had a lot of education within counseling, nutrition, physical medicine, vitamins and minerals, herbal remedies. Beyond kind of their complementary alternative medicine, we also had a lot of standard medical practices in the United States, where we're able to prescribe pharmaceuticals or recommend surgery or do minor office procedures, which is like stitching up or removing a mole, for example. So it was very much an integrative education that I had, so integrating standard medicine and alternative medicine together, and it works really well. Now in Switzerland, I work as the health and wellness coordinator at Franklin University, Switzerland in Lugano, and I'm using my clinical experience kind of in a public health manner, where I'm looking at the infrastructure within the university and how to improve well-being for the student body, but also the faculty and staff that are there as well, and trying to integrate health measures within everything that the university does. And so that's been a really interesting approach to my education. How I've used it, it's been a little bit different of a trajectory for me. And I do a lot with emergency medicine now and travel medicine now within the university, but there's still aspects of things that I utilize with prevention and education for students, doing workshops, and I feel like that's the most powerful aspect for me with my education in alternative medicine, that I'm able to spend the time with people, a lot of young people, to educate them about their bodies and how it functions, and start them off on a good trajectory in their life.
Thank you for sharing. I really like how you emphasized your work with integrative medicine and the various approaches that you have that kind of embody alternative medicine and integrative medicine. Richard, would you like to continue?
Yes, so thank you for the invitation. I was particularly happy that as I walked into this room, you were playing my theme song, Katy Perry, Fireworks. I can have that on repeat when I want to get my mood better and I want to get ready for something. So I know how music works as well, even though I'm a pharmacist, okay? So I work with molecules and chemistry, right? So I spend my whole life with this and work both for governments and as a payer, as a buyer, as a regulator, but mostly in the pharma industry, in developing new medicines. As part of a team. It's teamwork, of course, and it takes 10, 15 years, and often we fail even because, it doesn't work or it's not good enough. If I may take us back a bit in time, this all started with pharmacists back in the medieval ages. That's what we had then. And it all started with nature. It was all about herbal medicines. It was about trial and error. And there's a lot of traditional knowledge. And I think it's very important you think about this when you go into a pharmacy. I hope you don't have to do that too often, but if you do, the medicines that are in the back there may be picked by a robot. It's very cool these days. Many, many of them actually come from nature in one way or the other. So yes, there are some, you can call it factories, where we have high throughput screening, we call it. So we take 10,000 chemical compounds and we test them in different models. But many of them are at least inspired by something we've discovered from nature. For just an example, there's a mainstay therapy in breast cancer, for instance, is taxanes, we call them. They're from a bark from a pine tree. And of course, that was not based on some traditional knowledge, but at least you use nature to find cool, complex chemicals. Now, there are traditional knowledge as well. For instance, it was discovered on Easter Island outside of Chile, where people lived very long lives. We still don't know how that collapsed, and they were eating this fungi that contained something called rapamycin, which were then turned into medicine against transplantation. And now we have this big movement, I'm sure you're following this longevity movement. Many of the tech bros in California are taking all sorts of stuff, because they think they will live longer. But that was something that was found in a fungi on an island, And so still, the quest is still on. I think it's very important to recognize, and I'm very happy the way you framed this session, right? Because it's not one or the other, one is wrong and one is bad. We have to accept that we don't know everything. A lot of this is mechanical. Yes, you do need surgery or you take a medicine against cancer. Okay, but you can understand that. Chemical work, or many of the effects that my friends here, newfound friends, will talk about, you can also explain the effect with chemistry. I mean, we know that substances, oxytocin, endorphins, we all know about, we have serotonin, dopamine. And there's studies, clearly you see that you have some music therapy or you do arts, you can see a chemical change. Of course, you will see an electric change also in the circuitry. Even if you're into, I'm not into, I've never tried anything fancy, but psychedelics is being experimented on in clinical trials also. There's some reset going on. The brain is actually more plastic than we think. I was taught in school when I started that you're born with your neurons and they are the same, so therefore don't drink too much alcohol because you'll kill them and they won't come back. Okay, you shouldn't drink too much alcohol anyhow. But the body is amazingly adaptive and plastic, and we don't know everything. And I'll finish with another analogy. Some of you, you're studying physics as well. You recall that something called Newtonian physics. Then we have quantum physics. They're not compatible. It's unexplainable. They both work at the same time, but they're not. And this is what the physicists say. The top guys say, "Okay, get over it. Deal with it. Yeah, we can't explain everything. We don't know what time is. Is there time? Get over it. Both work." I say the same here. We can't explain all of the alternative medicines, but they work. They work, and we don't have to have that sort of traditional proof that I come with. That, I need a chemical. Ginseng works, and ginseng that looks like a person with a long arm, works on people that have a problem with that arm. I can't find the chemical, but somehow in China they believe that works, and it works. Amazing. But sometimes just accept it and move on.
Thank you, Richard, for your perspective. And you also mentioned how pharma has already, you talked about the medieval times and how medicine is kind of already using these natural methods of healing. It is clear that healing clearly spans kind of emotional, integrative, and on systemic levels. Richard, I'd like to focus on the pharmaceutical side for a moment. From your experience, having spent decades in pharma and working with companies such as Novartis and Roche, how do you see complementary and alternative medicine being integrated into the pharmaceutical industry?
It's not happening quickly enough, or in some places not at all. And there are many reasons. One is, of course, there's some people that are skeptical. I mean, as you hear from my comments, I remain much more open-minded on this. Many of my colleagues in the pharma industry are very open-minded on these things, I must tell you. But there are also those that are very conservative, okay? The system is also not built, and I'm sure you want to comment on this. The system is built on sick care, you can call it. We're not really going out looking for problems in the population. It's only when you show up at the GP or, in the worst case, in the emergency room, that they look after you, okay? So that's a fundamental problem, that we don't have a population health approach, but it's all individual, showing up. And a consequence of that system is that, you pay for certain things. In the US, there's a saying, if it ain't billable, it won't get done. So unless you organize the healthcare system to maybe look for problems in the population, no one's going to look for the problem in the population. And maybe you want to comment on this, can you get reimbursement from the Krankenkassen? What do they pay for? I know they would probably pay for acupuncture, they pay for physiotherapy, certainly I know myself. Mm-hmm. But what are these things? It's a debate in Sweden that I don't live in haven't been there for a long time, but I live here. But there was a debate on the radio yesterday, I heard about that some people wanted to have concert tickets, because you can get these vouchers from by the employer. You get vouchers for gym membership and exercise, stuff like that. And now they wanted to have concert tickets. And then the debate started immediately. Oh, there's no evidence for that. Where's the evidence that works, So I think these things, it's an organizational matter combined with some conservatism, particularly in the medical profession, no offense, and my profession too.
Thank you, Richard, for your valuable insights. Now, shifting gears, I'd like to bring in a new student's perspective. Mackenzie, as the current Health and Wellness Coordinator at Franklin University, Switzerland, what advice would you give students who'd like to learn more about alternative medicine?
Yes, and I'd like to address it kind of maybe from 2 points, learning about alternative medicine and maybe where you can receive care, but then I don't feel like you need to always go into a lot of different modalities to also learn how to take care of yourself. I feel like in this day and age, the first lecture this morning was talking about in this day and age with all of the distractions and social media, that we lose touch with how our bodies are functioning. And I think a lot of people have forgotten how their body functions normally. So what is functional breath? Do you pay attention to how your body feels physically, mentally, emotionally? And I brought a little poop emoji sculpture from my daughter. And this is just showing like what you see a poop emoji looks like, but that's not actually what poop's supposed to look like. Does anyone know what poop is supposed to look like? Like do you guys look at your poop in the toilet? So all of the information from your body provides information to you about your current status, your current health status. So when you have a bowel movement, it's not supposed to look like soft serve ice cream. And for whatever reason, whenever we describe bodily functions, it's usually in comparison to food. So sorry for that, as it's lunchtime. But your poop should not look like soft serve ice cream. It should not look like chocolate chunks. It should look like a banana, nice and curved, easy to come out, easy to pass. And I see people wincing and kind of giggling as I'm talking about this, that we have this taboo when we talk about body function. When you guys were all little, you had no problem talking about poo. I guarantee it. You guys were obsessed with it. And so it's something that we need to break down, kind of the taboo about talking about bodily function. What is normal? When you look at how a person breathes in medical textbooks, that we say that our respiratory rate is an average 20 breaths per minute. And that's approaching hyperventilation. And hyperventilation is when you breathe too much and your heart rate goes up, your respiratory rate goes up, and you feel anxious. Your body produces cortisol and epinephrine and stress hormones, and you don't feel very good. And so that's not actually functional breath. That's how we normally typically breathe, but that's not actually functional. And so functional breath is when you breathe from your diaphragm or your belly breath, and it's about 10 breaths per minute. And, some of you can try breathing 10 breaths per minute and see how that feels. It's difficult. We're not used to doing that. We have tended to breathe with our upper chest and not with our belly. We tend to breathe in faster than we breathe out. And a functional breath goes along with, here, example for myself, I'm crossing my legs. This causes my heart rate to go up and my blood pressure to go up just by crossing my legs. So my posture, just the way it is, causes me to have a bit more of an anxious state. So uncrossing your legs, where is your breath coming from? Are you clenching your muscles? And then breathing out a longer exhalation. And so some of these things that they seem really basic, but we've forgotten how to do these things functionally. And for me, that is part of, I guess, alternative and complementary medicine, but it's getting back into what is functional health in general. What does your menstrual cycle look like? What does your urine look like? How do you feel when you wake up in the morning? I have some specific recommendations for you guys. I gave the Youth Forum Switzerland some handouts that are available on the website. If you click underneath our specific talk today, there's 3 handouts: mindfulness and breathing, sleep hygiene, and then basics in nutrition that you guys can look at if you're curious about more of those things, and you can always reach out to me. But I just wanted to also touch on, we're kind of using the term complementary and alternative medicine, but complementary to what, alternative to what, it depends on where you're situated. So Richard was talking about in China and Asia, where you have acupuncture, oriental medicine, and herbs, and that's not adjacent to or complementary. It is the form of medicine. It is utilized within their standard system. And so it depends on your perspective of where you're at. And so I prefer to use the term integrative medicine to bring different forms, and you have many different hats or many different therapies that you can utilize to treat. And it gives people different options. So one thing that will work for one person won't work for another person. And so having more options is great. And there's certain circumstances where certain types of therapies will shine, and other circumstances where another form, another system will work better. So it's important to kind of look at the terminology, I feel, and understand that it's not always next to or complementary of one system. It doesn't have to just be one system that you utilize.
Thank you for breaking that down, Mackenzie. I'd like to ask Victoria a question. How do therapies like art therapy and yoga address emotional and psychological healing differently than conventional medical treatments?
We often, all of us, we tend to repress our feelings, emotions, thoughts. And in most of the cases, at some point, the body will express whatever you're not expressing. We do this because we want to fit into society, but at the same time, as we are not listening to our body, to our own needs, to whatever we would like to do, we tend to express these in different ways in our mind or our body. These would be the symptoms, and clinically we will call somatization. Soma is coming from body. So our therapy works in a way that you don't need, it's basically you don't need to talk, because you can express your feelings, your emotions, your thoughts through, for example, painting, writing, moving, dancing, singing, playing an instrument, or just singing, listening to a song that represents your inner state, that reflects your inner state. And even through, very interesting, art therapy has these kind of projective techniques where we can even analyze and observe unconscious material that is just coming up. Even if you don't want, it will. So art therapy works in that manner and allow us to express ourselves because it's very hard. And probably it's so hard sometimes to express how we feel, to express what we think, to express what we want. So art therapy just allows you to express through these artistic ways. When it comes to yoga, I will speak more about Iyengar yoga, which is a therapeutic method of yoga. that is what I teach and what I practice, yoga has two main principles. First, being aware of your body, so bringing that awareness again towards your body, and then creating this balance for your nervous system, which are two things that they are so essential in our healing process. So through yoga, through the work that you're doing through your body, you will heal your mind, your emotions, your energy will stabilize. And I will even say, after so many years of practicing yoga, that it will change the way that you see life, definitely. So in my personal experience, but also what I have observed during all these years working with so many people of different ages, and also research, not recently, but already 10 years old, I mean, many research, they are increasingly supporting how, for example, a regular practice of yoga, when I mean regular, is at least once per week. Just that. It's not a big deal. Once per week. So if you keep practicing a regular practice of yoga, have shown that, for example, can deal with different cases like, for example, ADD, ADHD, depression, anxiety, burnout, panic attacks, eating disorder, low self-esteem, sleeping disorders, and many more, many, many more. And it's not just science that is proving this, because we have many research about this. I can guarantee, because I have seen that. Not only personally, I have experimented. That's why I'm doing this. When I was your age, I was not thinking, oh, I want to become a psychologist and I want to become a yoga teacher the day of tomorrow. No, it didn't come to my mind like that. I love art. My only goal when I was your age was just studying music, that I did it. It was what I wanted to do. But then, life itself. So definitely, I do believe that, let's call traditional medicine, I love your approach about integrative, by the way, but when it comes to medical treatment or medicine, yes, it is essential, because in some cases, you really need the medicine. And for me, what I do, like art, therapy, yoga, this complementary method or methods, they are helping you to support your health in the long run. So if you keep practicing, if you are regular, you will see the benefits. I think that one of the main barriers is that what my service is, I'm not offering like a miracle or a magic solution. It won't happen. I have to be honest. It won't happen from one moment to the other. But if you're regular, you will support your health for your whole life. And you will probably need less medicine or no medicine at all, because you are supporting your health from a natural approach, which I think that is something beautiful. And I wish that all of you can give yourself the opportunity, the gift, to explore something like that, because it really can change your life in a very positive way. Most of the people, when they come to yoga, they are saying like, oh, I want to be flexible, or I'm not flexible at all, I want to be more strong, or I want to do this asana, I want to do handstands, and blah, blah, blah. So the journey starts more because something physical, something external. And then you realize that it goes much deeper than that. At least it was my case. I started when I was 14 years old, and I discovered a whole universe.
Thank you for sharing, Victoria.
Thank you.
That is all that I have in terms of my questions. We're now going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process all this information and to ask any final questions for the panelists. Please raise your hand. We'll pass on a microphone to you. We kindly ask you to keep the questions brief, and I'll do my best to get to as many of you as possible. Sorry. We'll now begin the questions from the audience. I would ask that you please state your name and school, followed by your question to one of our panelists.
I'm Chloe. I'm from IZL. I have a question to the panel. What are some main barriers preventing people, or like especially students, from using alternative therapies or medicine? Thanks.
Mackenzie, would you like to start?
Okay, sure. So that's a very difficult question, and I think that's one of the main problems with access to alternative medicine is that there is not a lot of standardization, sometimes within just one country or even globally. There's a lot of different terminology that makes things confusing. So it's really important to you guys learn how to research reliable websites and get reliable information, not from Facebook or Instagram, or follow certain gurus that are online. So it's important to find good, reliable information. And there's certain organizations that list certain professionals that you can go see. Insurance is one supportive aspect, but also barrier, where you have in certain countries, you have coverage for different types of therapies beyond standard care, and other places or other countries where there's not, or there's different plans. And so that makes things difficult, because I think for a lot of people to be able to explore different types of therapies and modalities, it's out of pocket often. And so that there is a privilege to being able to explore some of those things. As students, though, you guys are able to reach out to professionals. I think, speaking for myself, maybe Victoria, I'm very open to talking to students about, or people reach out to me at my university and ask questions about healthcare professions and how that can be laid out. You don't have to just go into a healthcare profession and be a standard MD or do a nurse. Like, there's so many different professions within healthcare that you can go into that are supportive of the whole infrastructure and the integration. But it is difficult. Again, you can try certain things. Like Victoria was mentioning, try a little bit of yoga here and there. There's certain modalities that are affordable. There's probably certain different practices for alternative medicine that are available through your schools as well, to try different therapies. So that's one option that you can try as well. But it is a difficult thing to find certain things that are reliable with the different terminology and then what insurance covers. So that's one of the complex situations that exists.
Yeah. Then I think, just to add something, I think that is also fear, I would say. I think that we are all afraid about this alternative medicine, like, ooh, what is this? And sometimes it's also the same fear coming from our parents. Like, the first time that I went to a class with 14 years old, my mom came with me. She was a little bit afraid that yoga would be like kind of a religion, a sect or something like that, which is not. But I think that is fear also about doing something that is different and you don't know much about it. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah,
Richard?
so a reflection on this too, and you made the point, particularly you, Mackenzie, about, it's sort of here and now. You gave us a short course there in breathing, So it's about sense of agency. Some people talk about you being aware of yourself, okay? You may have some issues, but you're aware of them, okay? That's where you start, It starts with that, being aware of your body, everything. We're in the gym now, so that's the other, you didn't mention this, but by far the best antidepressant is exercise. Huge studies that clearly show that. We still need to have the other tools, okay? Some really need medicines because they're really ill, and they need that in complement to mindfulness and yoga, everything, right? But exercise, you emphasize the food and diet. I mean, that as long as you have a good resources that you can rely on, there's so much you can do yourself right away. That yoga mat, okay, you may need an instructor to get going, okay? Some classes, but you can buy that, you can go to the gym here if you go to this school. Food, of course, you can control yourself. And this comes back to the point that you made, Mackenzie, that And why this is called alternative is because here in the West, if you think about it, a lot of these things that we are talking about, people knew about elsewhere in the world, particularly in Asia. Whereas we, if I exaggerate a bit, we in Europe in the medieval ages or later, we went to church and we sat in benches and we listened to a priest. What did they do in Asia? They went to the temple to meditate. They knew about this. They knew about the link between body and soul, the link between the gut and the brain. Now we know about, as you mentioned, the poo word. I guess I can also talk about poo. That you have more than 4 kilos of friends in your body or on your body, bacteria. We are absolutely dependent on them. When babies are born and they're coming out, they're coated in bacteria by the body. It's adjusting. I don't want to go into the details, but the body is adjusting the bacteria so that the baby is coated. And then the baby will get in through the mouth, while also breastfeeding, will get bacteria. And it's amazing, So the interplay between our friends, I keep saying that, why you shouldn't take antibiotics too often, only when you absolutely need it. You know what? You kill your friends. So I'm one of those. I have a daughter in the audience, and she will laugh, but I have this practice that I eat specific food for my friends. So what are the bacteria? What do they eat? What do they live on? They live on flax seed, they live on all sorts of seeds and things, special oils and stuff like that. You can buy it in Migros, but you just have to have look at the science a bit, some research. There's a lot out there, microbiome, gut health, extremely important. We think now the asthma, we have so much asthma and respiratory problems. There's a gut connection with, we had this big study in the Nordics where you looked at what did people eat in the 50s? They had a lot of cheese, they had fermented food. Now we don't do that anymore, okay? So I think there's a lot of knowledge around which doesn't require reimbursement or insurance, okay? That one can start with.
Thank you for sharing, Richard. I can definitely relate to how you talked about kind of how exercise can be an output. Is there any more questions from the audience?
My name is Sureyrot, and I'm from Eglon. I would like to ask a question to all the panelists. So what are some simple methods or things that you would recommend to student athletes to do before and after their sports to reduce muscle pain?
Who would like to start with this question?
I can go.
Yeah, I can show things.
Okay. I guess I'll go first. So I was a student athlete myself and also had a lot of anxiety. And that's actually how I got involved within, I guess, alternative medicine or integrative medicine to start with. That there are a lot of tools that you can use for pain or for anxiety related to sports performance. I particularly used a system called biofeedback. That it was a system where you hook up an electrode to your ear and there's heart rate variability. And so it's basically the science behind mindfulness. And you see how your heart rate goes up when you breathe in and it goes down when you breathe out. And there's a certain sine wave to it. And so you have technology that shows you, and it's the science behind mindfulness practice. And when you have that mindfulness practice and you have good heart rate variability, you can manage your stress response. You change the hormones that your body produces, and you go from a stressed state, which is like run from a bear, blood to your heart and your lungs and your extremities, to a more relaxed state, which is the parasympathetic nervous system for digestion, but key within kind of mindfulness practice, breathing, and that kind of awareness is that you can have less pain. You experience less pain when you are in a more relaxed state than when you are in a more stressed state. And so you have a lot of pain management. There's a lot of mindfulness practices for women who are in labor to have baby that if you have a good mindfulness practice, breathing practice, you can go through labor pretty effectively without any medication. And so it forms its own anti-pain aspect with the breathing. And I mean, it depends on I think the source of the pain, but if you have pain in general, a breathing practice is really effective. And there are people that do techniques that you can go see a counselor, a psychologist to help with some of those techniques. You can practice on your own as well. But again, it's if you do have pain, it's also good to probably get yourself evaluated by a physician to determine the source of the pain. So if it's inflammatory, if it's some injury that's going to be long-term, it's going to be difficult to recover from. It's important to listen to your body and understand the injury what your recovery might be for that.
Thank you. Would you like to add something?
Yeah, I know. So I think yes, you need to listen to your body. So I'm as older than most people in the room. I have to pay. I'm a runner. I run a lot, but I have to listen to my body. You know, I'm old now, so I can't just run 10K every day, every morning. That's like sometimes I did twice a day. You know, not a good thing to do. But there's also, so my own experience. You encourage us to talk about our own experiences on this with sports pain and injuries. I mean, I've learned myself that you can, by relaxation, sort of meditation, you can say, you can actually shut down with your brain. You can shut down your body. You know, well, not everything, but you can. Even in your legs or arms, you know, you can think away. It's sort of, because often it's about muscles that are not going back to rest mode. Mm-hmm. They get stuck. They're stuck in some level. Now, what I did once, I did acupuncture. Have you done acupuncture here, anyone? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I had this problem with this was many years ago, but I had this runner's cough, you know, but this is a common problem. And of course, I could go to a doctor and get some muscle relaxant injected or something, but it was really stuck. And I tried the meditation, no, it didn't work. So I said, okay, why not acupuncture? So I went to acupuncture. The therapist, by the way, she was, once I told her what my profession was, she was laughing because I was big pharma, you know, pharmaceuticals and medicines, you know. But I went there with an open mind, and gee, it was totally amazing. These needles, and then she tweaked them, and it was like sending some electric wave in my entire body. And I did it in a couple of sessions, you know, it's gone. Mm-hmm. A few years later, I tried another problem, came back but somewhere else. Tried another operator, didn't work. So to me, which some of you mentioned this term, reliability. Unfortunately, this is what I have to be aware of, whether you're taking probiotics for your bacteria. Some of these products don't work. Mm-hmm. They're dead, the bacteria. They say, 2 trillion bacteria in this capsule. Oh, dead. Mm-hmm. So there is an issue with poor quality products and poor quality device, maybe. Mm-hmm. And in this case, you know, maybe I was lucky the first time with this girl who did this. I was just amazed, and I was promoting this to everybody. But the second time around, it didn't work. I was truly believing, so I could have had a placebo effect maybe, but I didn't. So anyhow, so that told me that I need to experiment with different operators and for acupuncture at least.
Thank you. Thank you all for sharing such thoughtful insights. Connecting to what Richard said about how he had this story about acupuncture, maybe the rest of you could share one moment from your work that changed how you think about healing beyond medicine.
I would like to just answer to her question. I will give you a few techniques. Uncross your legs, uncross your arms. You do it with me, huh? Otherwise, I mean, learning process is much better when you're also doing, not just listening. These breathing techniques activate your nervous vagus. If you activate your nervous vagus, which it goes from your brain towards your whole spine, you will feel calm, relaxed, your mind become clear. So whenever you're under stress, stressful situation, anxiety, you don't feel good, you can try this breathing technique. You can breathe in, breathe out 3-4 times, and it goes like this. You breathe in through your nose, you breathe out through your mouth, and you do like there is a little sound. Just hear once, and then you repeat with me. And when you breathe out, relax your shoulders. Let them go down, okay? Let's try. 3, 4 times, whenever you feel, even before an exam, just try it. At least try it, okay? This is one of the techniques. By the way, Richard, Aum also activates the nervous bag. Yeah, this Aum. Another one. After sports, you have muscle pain. Stand up. Look at me, then you turn and you do. You will walk a little bit back. You will try to create an angle of 90 degrees, bringing your hands towards the back of the chair so you can stretch the back of your legs and your whole back and keep your head in line with your spine. Go ahead. Let me show you. Let me see you. Try it. You will see you're stretching already the back of your legs. Yes. Move the base of your sternum forward and keep your head in line with your back. Maybe you don't have enough space when you're in the middle of the row. Good. This is one. In Sanskrit, this asana is called Ardha Uttanasana. Ardha means half. Uttanasana, it means an intense stretching. And another one that everybody knows is Adho Mukha Svanasana. Adho Mukha Svanasana means downward facing dog. Do it. If you're running, if you're practicing any sport, do it afterwards. You know this one, huh? Adho Mukha Svanasana. Downward facing dog. Stretch the whole back chain of your muscles. These two, honestly, if you practice regularly every day, you will feel much better. I guarantee you should practice. Did you ask for it? Yeah? Yeah, 3 techniques, just that, sorry.
And needless to say, not using a mobile phone while doing these exercises, because that's the thing we haven't talked about, is the impact of mobile phone use, social media on your mental health, you know. And we need to cover that as well.
Thank you all, especially
Welcome.
for those techniques. I think we might have
That's cool.
time for a final question from the audience.
Hi, my name is Jackie. I'm from St. Charles, and I just wanted to ask, because as a neurodivergent person, I feel like I've been disappointed a lot by the traditional way, like the medical system. You get diagnosed, you go to therapy, and then you get meds, and that's it, right? I feel like, at least for lots of neurodivergent folks, like being neurodivergent, and for me it's ADHD, like it changes many aspects of your life. And I feel like, I mean, I was just thinking right now, like, is there, like, would you guys say that that alternative, or you didn't say alternative, you said
integrative.
That's fine.
The other
Call it
one.
as you want.
The other one. You mentioned that, like, I was thinking, do you think that these kinds of therapies can kind of fill the gap between the things that the traditional healthcare system doesn't really address with neurodivergence and all these kinds of things and situations?
Totally. Look, I recently had a training with a doctor. She's from Canada, and it was about ADHD and ADD. And all the studies have shown that even you can reduce, or even in the long term, maybe even you don't need medicine, just practicing yoga. The results in ADHD is just amazing. And I'm working with teens with the ADHD. Definitely. It's something that you should try. You're more than welcome. By the way, I'm here, I'm in Zug. Every Wednesday at 5:15, I give a class for teenagers, a yoga class. Trial classes for free. Join the class. Try it. You don't like it? That's fine. You try something else. Ideally, try to do a month, 2 months. And even insurances, health insurance, they are covering yoga. So you should just try different things and exploring different things. I'm not saying that yoga is the key for everything. It works for me. It works for many people that I know. You just need to try if it's something for you. Otherwise, there are other things like Tai Chi. When it comes to ADHD, research has shown that, for example, all these disciplines, they are individual. Karate, Tai Chi, yoga, all these disciplines that brings you the tension, the awareness towards your body, that works with the breathing techniques, they are super useful, and you will see the benefits. But you need to be regular. Yeah, you should try.
Yeah, can I comment also? So, I mean, a common theme here is that you are in charge of your own health.
Yeah.
Okay, we have conditions that are genetically, it could be environmental pollution, it could, of course, right? But what we've been covering here largely are things that are actually in your own control, okay? And I need to come back to the mental health situation and the research we have. Have you seen this movie called Inside Out, which was a Pixar or Disney movie, you know? You remember, you're in the brain of this young woman, and you have these characters that sit. And one guy is angry all the time. I think he's red. And one is very anxious. Oh, no, very negative, very nervous. One is anxious, and one is have no impulse control and it takes risks. And then there is one of them who sits there in the middle and is kind of more normal, right? And all of them are sitting there. They got these buttons to push. Remember? So now I listen to a researcher on. I find it fascinating with cognition research about how we think and so on. You control your thoughts if you want to. It's easy to say, but largely yes. So he said this: you have to think about your mind and your consciousness as a symphony orchestra, or maybe a jazz orchestra. There's all these things going on at the same time in your brain, everything. You can decide to think now, oh my God, I saw you're graduating next year, so you can sit thinking, I saw you on the short shirt. You can start sitting here now worrying, oh, should I go to there, or what's going to happen, and who's going to pay the fees, can my mom and dad, and you can decide, but you can also decide not to think about that. You can think about what you're going to have for lunch afterwards, or think about what you're going to. So all these things are latently going on in your brain. So it's like jazz, if you're into jazz. They're all sitting there and they're playing a little bit. And then one goes off on a tangent, takes over. So that's this button person in the brain, is that one of the instruments take over. And that, to master that, and please comment as well, but mindfulness is about that. It's not only the body impact of the exercises we've talked about, and you showed some fantastic movements here, but it's this ability to control, not to restrain yourself and be negative about everything, but be mindful of what you're doing, how you're sitting, how you're breathing, and what you're thinking of. Don't allow that, not that thought come up again about tuition fee next year. I'm not going to worry about it. You decide, I'm not going to worry about that, And then you consistently have to do that. And this is where we have a problem with the overload of information now, with the flow in the mobile phones and social media. This is a real problem. Now I sound like a boomer, but this is a problem, and when we see that. And I think this is not, these issues we have now with mental health among young people is not, it's not medicines. We can't fix this with medicines. Some will need the medicines, but it has to be fixed through much more training on these tools that we have just heard a few examples. And that's supported by pharmacists who believe in molecules also.
Sadly, that is all the time we have today, as this session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank the audience for your question and participation. And please join me in giving a round of applause to our panelists for sharing their expertise on alternative therapies.
to fight for access to well-produced food. In the center, Mr. Dennis Weinberg is the founder and managing director of Uvamami, a firm leveraging vertical farming technology to cultivate crops independent of seasons and climate. While a high number of vertical farming businesses have experienced failure, Umami has only been growing, especially known for creating self-sustaining ecosystems within its farms. By using natural synergies and optimizing resources, Umami aims to produce the purest food in a circular and sustainable manner. And finally, to my far left, Mr. Antonio Gandia is a distinguished fungal biotechnologist with extensive experience in the healthcare, food, and technology sectors, with his primary focus being on scientific research and the development of bio-based businesses. He is also the founder of K-Lab, a nonprofit community lab in Zurich run by a passionate group of mycologists, citizen scientists, as he hopes to find new approaches to heal people and ecosystems. The first 25 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about the topic at hand. So, first off, I'd like to start this panel by stepping back for a moment. Many leaders in the food industry warn that if the risks of climate change and nature are not addressed, the food industry sector will be drastically impacted as a whole. Looking back on your journey to become food system innovators, what was the moment or frustration that made you realize that the food industry had to change? Would you like to start, Andreas?
Hello, nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Actually, I had really these key moments in my career. I remember quite vividly. I was 19, working in St. Moritz. I guess you know all St. Moritz, you know, this posh, high-class ski resort where all the money in the world meets. So I was working there in a 5-star hotel. Best food from all over the world. We have like fish from Hawaii. It was like in the 90s. So fish from Hawaii, Iranian caviar, like just the best from the best. And we just wasted so much food there. Like this, we had to feed the dogs like filet and caviar. And I had to chop the meat for like a chihuahua from a very, very rich lady and kind of serve this best meat to the dogs. And hence, meanwhile, there was so much suffering in the world. I was like in my grunge period, so I was like angry about society, and I felt like it's so injustice, like doesn't work, you know, feeding the best food to dogs while people or kids are living in poverty and are starving, literally. So it kind of flipped, or switched a flip in my brain, and I decided like, okay, I have to step out of this business or this 5-star world to find a job with more purpose. That was my turning point moment.
Oh. Yeah, thank you for your insight. I mean, food waste is definitely a topic that we're going to be addressing again and again in this panel. What about you, Dennis? Do you have a story to share with regards to that?
Thanks also from my side. I'm happy to be here. So I remember quite vividly when I was at university. I studied in the University of St. Gallen. I studied business there. And together with my good friend and co-founder, Robin, and you know, we went to classes and everything was sort of a bit streamlined towards, you know, what you do afterwards. You go into consultancy or banking, or do you want to start your own business? And for us, we were always passionate about food. I mean, we loved cooking already since high school. Back then, we cooked, you know, spätzle or ravioli for lunch, so that was it. And as we went, you know, on our journey, obviously we experienced more and more with products, and we started asking ourselves, you know, where are these products coming from? How are they produced? What is the impact on the environment? And I remember this one evening, we wanted to do caprese salad, tomato mozzarella. And we bought some tomatoes in the supermarket, and slicing them open at home and just tasting a slice, we realize it doesn't taste like anything. Like, it could be cardboard, it could be a pepperoni, it could be anything. And that really struck us, like, oh my God. And there's this like really, fantasizing, childish dream of, oh, we could do it better. And this was a moment where we just said, let's start growing our own food. And so we started in our backyard and started growing herbs and tomatoes and other stuff. That's, I think, how our journey started into this farming world. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah. I mean, another topic that we're going to talk about is, well, where the food is sourced and whether it's healthy or not, which is why, well, Dennis's story with regards to vertical farming is really fascinating. And finally, Anthony, well, do you have a story to share with regards to this?
So I started my professional career as a forester, and walking through the forest, I got in contact with fungi, and I started to appreciate them. That means to find mushrooms out there of many different species. And yeah, I kept digging on that and learning how nutritious they are, their fantastic flavors, their amazing nutritional qualities in terms of protein and vitamins. And then walking in the supermarket corridors, I would find only bottom mushrooms, and if you're lucky, maybe champignon, oysters or shiitake. And I knew that we had the knowledge and the technology to grow many more species, and that it wasn't that hard, because I did literally under my bed. I was growing my own mushrooms, and I thought, how is this possible that we are still eating so much meat, which is quite an inefficient way to produce protein compared to mushrooms, because for the same amount of feedstock, you can get a very large amount of protein just by growing mushrooms instead of having to raise a cow for years. And then I kept pushing through it and decided to study biotechnology, learn more about mushrooms, and how could I change that reality? How could I put more of those mushrooms I liked out there? Soon enough, I realized studying and lab work is not enough to change that reality. So I decided to jump into the industrial world. So after many different adventures in different countries and different startups doing different things with fungi, I ended up here in Switzerland. Currently, I'm working for a company called Planted Foods in Zurich that dedicates its effort to make meat alternatives. So I'm in charge of their fermentation activities that include fungi and also bacteria. And in this way, I feel compelled and satisfied with my work and the work of my colleagues, because we are managing to sell those very innovative products. Not only, it's not mushrooms anymore, it's a step further, because we are using fungi to do things that are very, very close to meat, that really boost the flavor of plant-based products. And consumers are happy. We keep expanding. And now we have a manufacturing place in the south of Germany. So I feel I'm making an impact, and I would like to keep going this way, try to find more innovative products that are fungal based. And I'm also keeping my more academic activity active. So one day a week, I still approach the university to do a few things there and keep writing my papers. But now my principal activity is to change the market and to disrupt it with products that people like and are feasible economically. Because innovation doesn't work if it doesn't sell, right? So that's my goal.
Thanks a lot, Anthony. Yeah, it was really great to hear your insight, and I think we're all really interested to hear about to hear more about the properties of fungi and mycelium and the potential it has for the future. So when we consider how access to food is meant to be a fundamental right, the fact that many people today struggle to obtain it shows why innovation within the food industry is key. I think that's the main takeaway we should hear or have from these stories. But turning awareness into action is where things become much more difficult. Andres, what has been the biggest challenge in founding Gastra Futura, and how does bringing restaurants together around local sourcing and food waste reduction help translate circular economy principles into everyday practice?
Yeah, that's a very complex question, I would say. You know, in my world, gastronomy and hospitality, 80% are small business. So it's like the Krone, the Hirschen, the Leuen, all the small, often family-run businesses. And 20% are the big caterers. Migros is the biggest in Switzerland, for example, and all the big companies who do like the canteens or like airport food, etc., etc. But these 20% make 80% of the turnover of all the gastronomy and hospitality. So there's the world where you have to eat, like for lunch. Here at the canteen, you don't have a choice, you have to eat. And it's not about pleasure or your needs or what you like or an experience. It's about, just eating. You need your proteins, you need your carbs, you need your minerals. You just eat what it's served. And the restaurant business, like there you choose to go out to eat, and there you want to have like a nice experience. You want to have maybe your steak or your plant-based, wonderful, creative dish. And in this challenge, there's a lot. So the big business is based on cheap, needs to be cheap to make money. And we know all that, cheap doesn't mean necessarily it's quality in the product quality, but also how it's produced. And, with that we feed a system which is kind of destroying our planet. But we all focus on, the small business restaurants. And Gastra Futura tries to deliver solutions for both worlds. We empower restaurants like the small ones we have here in Zug to become more creative, to become more sustainability in the way of maybe leaf to root, so use entire plants, celebrate the carrot with its peel, with its green, or like a celery, just create a wonderful dish out of that. And the canteens, we just try to push. They're like really good example, best practices. If you just buy a bit better meat, then you already become a part of the solution instead of the problem. So it's just like starting to tackle these challenges somewhere. And then I think gastronomy is the best tool to start the change, because we all eat like 2 times, 3 times a day, ideally. And it's a really big power we have there, because we can decide what we eat and which system we support. And I think it's always very easy to eat the pizza slice without thinking too much, okay, where does the tomato come from? Who harvested the tomato in China, or all these systems. And it needs all of you and us to create solutions and to overcome this laziness of thinking what to eat. And that's why I love my job as a chef, because I can cook, we can create food, we can share food with your products, and that's great. And we start to have a shift on the plate. And that's actually the idea of Gastra Futura, just bring in innovation, not through say how bad everything is, through solutions and creativity. But that's also very tough. You ask me about challenges. So it's a really hard business. It's a super fast business. There's not a lot of money. There was Corona. A lot of restaurants had to close. People don't want to pay more for their food. The prices are labor is getting up, food products getting up, rent is getting up. But we cannot get higher prices for food, because people don't understand why now the schnitzel pommes costs 29 francs instead of 19, or why plant-based food is sometimes meat is it's cheaper than nice vegan products, and that's just really complicated. So it's a lot of challenges, but I think food is one of the simplest and fastest solutions, because we all eat 3 times a day.
Great, thank you, yeah. So we've talked about change practices at the restaurant level, and I think the key takeaway here is just how interconnected the whole food industry is, and how there's so many variables that come to play. But when considering the issue of food insecurity as a whole, we also have to understand what happens much earlier in the system, at the production stage, and how food itself is grown. Dennis, one of Umami's core values is combining advanced technology with systems inspired by nature. Can you explain to our audience how vertical farms work and how you enable highly efficient production of food while never adding fertilizers, chemicals, or medication?
Yeah, thank you. So I'll answer this question in 2 steps. Step number 1 is just explaining vertical farming in general, and then step number 2, what we at Umami do and how we differ. So vertical farming in itself means that you produce crops indoors, meaning without sunlight but with artificial light, and without soil, meaning that you grow your herbs, your products in a nutrient-filled water. So instead of having soil where you have normally cow dew or some other stuff to fertilize your soil, you actually have then the water which gets fertilization inside where your plants grow. And this vertical farming has some benefits with it. Mostly you can say it's very efficient because, as the name says, you can vertically stack more layers in the same ground. So you save, depending on how many layers you have, X amount of space. So let's say you have 9 layers, so you're 90% more efficient in terms of space. And then the second thing is you can grow all year round, which is super nice. So especially in countries like Switzerland, where you have winter months, where not a lot of stuff is growing, you can do that in vertical farming all year round. Another thing is, the weather. Sometimes the weather has dramatic impact on the harvest. You can get super rainy or no rain or whatsoever. So that's also good in vertical farms because you just have all year round safe production. And then obviously the topic of fertilization, or let's go one step further, to harm your plants with pesticides or other stuff, this is not needed normally in vertical farms. Obviously also outdoors you can go without, but if you go on monocultures, meaning you only grow one crop on a huge amount of land, it's mostly not possible to do without any pesticides. And with that obviously comes further problems. You not only have your own crops being then, contaminated, but also the soil. Then the soil is a huge topic and issue in today's farming industry because, most of the soil is dead, and you also, the big companies are not trying to revitalize the soil, but just to max out production capacity. But I don't want to go too deep into these topics. So in general, vertical farming sounds like a very, very good solution. Obviously, there are also some backdraws to it. For example, you don't have direct sunlight, and there are various studies, but actual natural sunlight is the best at the end of the day, so that you don't have. And normally it's just very separated from nature because you're in this super artificial sphere indoor. Everything is very sterile. And that is where Umami comes in, maybe, as how we do it differently. Because we believe we want to work with nature and not against it. So what we have is we try to pick the best pieces from both worlds, right? So we have this vertical farming industry, which has really multiple benefits, as I just explained. And then we are still, me and Robin and we as a company, we are still very much connected to nature, and we want to work with it. So what we have started is, it's called aquaponics. So we have not invented this, but we have for sure developed it further in our way. In a nutshell, it means that you grow your plants with the water, but instead of fertilizing your water with chemical fertilizer, just pouring into the water, you actually create the fertilizers within the system. Meaning we have fish and other species in our system. We feed them with nutrient-rich and organic feed fish, and they eat it, they digest it, and then this fish waste gets transferred via bacteria. The bacteria also sort of eat it, and what then comes out is the perfect fertilizer for plants. So you have this circularity system within the vertical farm, because the plants, they get the natural nutrients. They obviously grow naturally and clean the water for the fish again, because the sort of fish waste is then used up. So it's a win-win situation. And that's what we at Umami do. So we try to have on one side all the benefits of vertical farming, and on the other side try to still produce very naturally. So what we have created, and then I'm finished, is a microbiome. What it means, it's a universe of microbiotics, microorganisms that live and grow in the system. And that's part of the health of our ecosystem, the health in the plants itself, so also on a very micronutrient level. And yeah, we've been very successful with that.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Dennis. And yeah, I think it's really interesting how you can combine technology and nature together and really get the best out of the two worlds. I think clearly that's a very important idea that we should follow up on in the future. And speaking of nature, then because there are also solutions, innovations based on actual properties found in nature. And Anthony, much of your work and research is centered on mycelium, the vegetative root-like network of a fungus. Could you tell us specifically what makes its properties so unique, and how is K-Lab using this for food systems and bio-based innovation?
Okay, so I would make 3 points here. Fungi are very efficient converting carbohydrates into protein, and it's a high-quality protein that contains almost or all amino acids a human being needs to survive. And that includes simple carbs and long carbs. You can literally grow mushrooms on oil. And there are experiments that have been done of scientists trying to remediate oil spills. And you see giant mushrooms coming out of it. And the same way you can feed wood, sawdust, any kind of residue to the fungi, and they will keep growing. And they would do that very fast. In a week, you could have your crop of mushrooms. And compared with raising animals, that's very fast. So it's quite efficient. The second thing is fungal cultivation is very flexible, in the sense that you have literally millions of species out there. We know that a few hundred are edible, and we are starting to exploit them and grow them. And I expect to see more and more edible species of mushrooms and all the types of fungal-based products in the supermarket. And connected to that flexibility, there is the opportunity of growing the fungi in different shapes. You don't have to obtain a mushroom. You can just grow the mycelium on a 3D scaffold, and maybe you get a cake of fungal biomass that feels like a sponge, and you can slice and you can add some marinade to it and create amazing things that can be culinary revolutions. And also connected to this point, you don't need to do any kind of genetic engineering, because all these possibilities, you can just play with the fungi and force it to grow in different ways. And every time you will get a new result, a new flavor, a new color. And if you feel limited, again, there are millions of species out there waiting to be discovered. And then the third point, which loops with the first, you can use waste, literally waste, to grow mushrooms. So I started myself growing my own mushrooms on coffee grounds. Why? Because I was drinking coffee at the university, and I had that substrate. And I tried after seeing some YouTube videos, and the mushrooms were quite happy. And then I tried hemp chives, and then I tried sawdust from a mill nearby, and I tried compost, manure, everything. You can play with the substrate as well, and fungi are masters in recycling. So if you live in an agricultural area or urban area with lots of organic residues, you're going to start a mushroom farm right ahead. And those 3 points make fungal cultivation or fungal-based foods a very efficient, fast, and strong food ecosystem, if you can call it that way. And part of your question, again, repeat.
Yeah, I mean, you answered most of it pretty well, actually.
Well, those are
learn more about, yeah.
Those are the strong points for me. And if you connect that with engineering and one's creativity, I think there are no limits. And again, there are connections and overlaps with the plant world, with human health, because you can extract lots of nice molecules with medicinal properties from mushrooms and fungi in general. They can improve your microbiota. There are tons of fermentations out there that combine fungi with bacteria. So once you enter in this rabbit hole, it just goes all over the place. So you need to be careful not to get lost. And yeah, I struggle to stay focused. But yeah, it makes me happy. I have work for the rest of my life, and anyone who wants to jump in, it's a magnificent adventure, never-ending one.
Thanks a lot, Anthony. Well, that's the time we have for my questions. We'll now take a 2-minute transition break so I can process everything that has been said, and then we will open it up for the Q&A.
Good, thank you.
That was definitely one of the points I was going to talk about after. Good, okay. We'll now begin with questions from the audience. I would ask that you please state your name and school, followed by a brief question. And If you have any questions, raise your hand. Perfect.
Hi there, my name is Emily Adam from the International School of Basel. We are running a Earth Week project this year. We've done it for a few years, and grade 7, their focus is sustainable eating. And I don't know if you've heard of the Spicy Moustache. He's a figure on social media, and I'm absolutely a fan of his because I love finding out what to do with my scraps and making things from scratch and things like that. Anyway, one of the things that we have in the project is what to do with scraps and stuff like that. I'm wondering, I'm trying to revamp this project right now so it's fun and accessible to our grade 7 students. And I'm wondering if you can think of a fun 30-minute activity that could really make their sustainable eating project really fun and meaningful to them.
Would any like to take the question?
Yes, I think cooking and food it's a wonderful tool to like motivate or like just with pleasure and fun to change behavior. So sure, I can think about that very easily. I did also a lot of these things, from orange peel, carrot peel, or just creating a dish as a creative process is wonderful. Or for example, John Baker, big bakery in Zurich, kind of a hipster place, they put 10% of old bread, they grind it back into flour and put it back in their new bread. So it's like side streams, waste. So there's a lot of things we don't know besides scraps. And cooking is like a transformation of food into other things, you know, and doesn't need to be necessarily food. So like, I was just in Silo, London. There he makes seeds or like furniture out of mycelium. Spicy Moustache makes soaps, makes unimaginable things. So yes, we can have a talk after if we.
Yeah. Thank you for that question, because that comes to another important topic that I was wanting to address with regards to how firms like these circular companies and initiatives can really become successful on the large scale. And well, Andres, I think we talked about it before. What do you think about the change in consciousness, for example, that needs to happen in order for companies like this to thrive? And how can we educate children in middle school and high school on the importance of sustainability? Or
it's like you can explain maybe that, because your place is like an amazing freaking jungle. If you enter there, it's like wet. It smells like a jungle. So when I came to your place the first time, I was like blown away, because it's, as you said, it's not it's like working with nature, not copying nature, but it feels like nature. Is it also a place where you can, you know, for experience and learn? It's not just about producing a lot of food. It's also about, you know, learning, I think. You know, you have often Führungen and stuff, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yes, what you talk about, we love to show people around our space, because you can read about umami, you can eat our products, but at the end, I think you have to experience the farm and how we produce. And it's actually also our best marketing tool, because it's our biggest asset. And when people come and visit and, you know, experience the farm with all their senses, then they really know, they feel what we do, and they are fans afterwards. It's a great mouth-to-mouth marketing tool for us. But yeah, maybe to your question, so in order to succeed on a large scale, it sounds very rough, but at the end of the day, you just have to have a good business. And whatever sustainability points you're addressing, or, you know, benefits for the environment or whatever, it's good. But at the end of the day, at the core, your product just needs to be good or superior than others, that if you want to justify also a price, if it's a higher price. That's my understanding or my learning throughout the last 8 years. And that's why with umami, we're not trying to compete against the big farms, especially from, you know, abroad, because you have no chance in price matching the price. So we tried to create a brand where we distinguish ourselves from other products, and just at the price point where we are able to sell and also make a business. So maybe, yeah, just in one sentence, it's really hard to make a business just because it's sustainable. At the end of the day, your product or service needs to be good and approved by your customers.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the audience?
My name is Noah. I'm from the International School of Geneva. And Anthony, you said that that you were experimenting with mushrooms, and could you give us some examples of discoveries you've made?
So my biggest topic so far has been developing fungal leather. So before jumping in the food industry, I was in the US, I was in India, and I was in Italy for several years, trying to create these biomaterials with mycelium, because it can be a very tough organic tissue. And the same way you make something that looks like packaging, because it's foamy, you can make skins just by harvesting the fungal skin that grows on the surface of the substrate. So I started working on that, and I wrote few patents on new methods to obtain those skins in an easy way without having residues or leftovers. And I wrote papers on how to functionalize those skins in a way that if you keep them alive, they are sensitive. And then with electrodes, you can make them communicate with a computer. And if you study the behavior of the fungal skin for long enough, back then, because now we have AI, it would be much easier, then you can learn what the fungal skin is feeling when you touch it, when you drop coffee on it, when you heat it. So we would see spikes on our screen derived from electrical activity happening in that skin. Then a colleague of mine identified 50 words, what he called words, but are reactions. And depending on what he was doing with the skin, the electrical activity would be different. So I wrote several papers in that topic, which we named fungal bioelectronics, or in short, fungal electronics. So I collaborated in a book and at least 20 papers. I keep doing research on that. I think it's very promising. One of my latest papers is about a Terminator figurine, you know, the Terminator from the films. The Terminator from the film is covered in human skin. I did the same, but with fungal skin. And depending on what you do to that fungal skin, theoretically the cyborg, the Terminator, could feel those sensations. We didn't go as far as build a real robot, but with the figurine, we just try to show the potential of these fungal skins as biosensors that we can integrate maybe in a near future on our walls, or maybe we have a patch of clothes that is alive and can detect hormones or dangerous compounds in the air, and then can tell you, hey, careful here. So sounds like science fiction, but it's happening, and I think that's been my major contribution. And right now, I would like to do something similar with food. So if you go to the supermarket and you look for planted foods, planted products, there is one called the steak that is quite realistic. It looks like beef, but is soy, fungi, and bacteria. And it's quite impressive. You will judge if you find it. I invite you to try it out. And that product is based on these learnings from the fungal skins, from the fungal leather. Because the same way you grow the fungal leather, you can grow giant piece of food that you can eat, right? So I hope that replies your question.
I will test that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the audience?
Hi, my name's Millie. I'm a graduate of ISADL. My question is, I guess, to all of you, since you have experience with entrepreneurship and innovation. But when you're coming up with ideas like this that are aiming to revolutionize the gastronomy sphere, how do you scale those ideas so that they can have an impact, not just in Switzerland, but possibly on a global scale?
I actually had that as one of my questions, so thank you, Millie.
I jump in quickly. I think scaling is a big topic, and it goes through. In the end, it's a trend, it's a hype, it changes behavior. Depends how sustainable the behavior change is. But as you said before, it needs to be a good product. So in my case, the food just needs to be excellent. Excellent in a way that the consumer, the clients, the guests, so you understand what it means, and it's self-explaining with the purpose. It's taste. So I think we should taste the solutions, and then it can scale as well. Because if it becomes a trend, if the mushroom becomes the new normal, the narrative changes towards the new normal, and there's the business. So if the new product, it's just amazingly good, it makes totally sense, it's on all levels, it makes sense, then it will create the business, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. It needs to be cheap, and it needs to be scalable.
Yep.
Perfect. Great. Thank you for that question. Do we have any more questions from the audience?
Hi, my name is Tavi Bollhalder. I'm from the Kantonsschule Alpenkirch. And I've always been really interested in growing tropical fruits in more temperate climates like, I don't know, Lucerne or just Switzerland in general. And my dad always said, well, you're not going to get anybody in Switzerland especially to eat anything that they don't know and they're not sure they're going to like. And I was going to ask if, I guess to all of you, because you all seem to have experience in this, if that can be a problem, or if the taste is good, do people just gravitate towards it, and yeah, how that kind of challenge can be tackled.
Yeah, I think
I know some companies which are growing like finger lime and like citrus fruits. Some, but I don't want.
No, I mean, maybe from my experience, even growing microgreens is, you know, I don't know, who of you know what microgreens are? Please raise your hands. So it's maybe half of the room. So there you go. So we grow a product that people sometimes don't even know what it is, let alone the benefit that they get from it. So I do totally see a challenge in producing and selling something that people don't know. But you can test it. I mean, what we've been doing, what I would suggest to you or anyone else, if he wants to, you know, start a business and a product, you have to have the consumer product fit. So what you do is you just go out there and you ask people to taste it, and you ask people, you give them that fruit, and then see if do they know what to do with it. Do we need to peel it? Do I need to slice it? Like, do I need to fry it? Like, what do I do with it? And from that, you just learn. And so I would totally go for it if I were you. But start small. Start with experimenting with your friends or just people on the streets. And then obviously, once you have a product that you think is good and people understand, then what we do often in stores are like in-store degustation. And we really see a lot of, you know, how should I say, impact within certain stores. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Thank you for that question. And also with Switzerland's nutrition strategy from 2025 to 2032, well, it puts sustainability on the same level as health. Hopefully that additional government support can help really can help the population understand why sustainability has to be brought forward, and hopefully can help your initiative in the future. I'm hoping that we have time for one more question, maybe, from the audience. Any more questions left?
Maybe the boy in the yellow jacket here in the front has been raising his hands for a long time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Question for Dennis. I'm Heinrich from ISLL, by the way. So how could vertical farming technology be adapted for other environments, like other countries, possibly?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. Funnily enough, in Switzerland, it's not even that big of a problem where you need vertical farms. You know, you have quite a lot of land. Most of it is fertile. You have water normally. You know, obviously there are countries much more challenging that don't have these resources, or are also economically much worse off. So 100%, you know, in, I don't know, Africa, in Asia, but also in the northern hemispheres, where, you know, light is a problem, or sun duration during a certain phases of the year. So 100%, I mean, vertical farming is a technology that can and should be used all over the world. It's just that the technology, it's very young. I mean, it's been around for maybe 15 years, and it's like with the internet maybe, or other, you know, technologies. The first few, they fail, and then they get better and better. And we're in an interesting stage right now, because a lot of vertical farms have failed throughout the last years due to various reasons. So the technology is improving, adapting, and I'm pretty sure I'm not saying, you know, vertical farm is the future on its own, for sure not, but it is for sure one possible piece of a possible futuristic way of, you know, have good and healthy and stable food for the future.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have for today. I would like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, as well as the panelists for sharing their experiences within the realm of innovations for sustainability and their insights for how we can make food healthier and more accessible to everyone. Thank you, and have a great day.
digital disruption is impacting a number of businesses. Few people would disagree that that is not the case.
Well, I think over the last 12 months, we've seen a dramatic shift in global interest in AI, particularly political interest, and the desire to invest both in the official sector and the private sector in understanding the risks and collaborating across borders.
Technology is changing how money works in our everyday lives. Many of us use banking apps, contactless payments, or online platforms without thinking twice. Behind the scenes, those same technologies are also reshaping who has the power in finance, who gets access, and who makes the rules. This panel brings together experienced professionals to share their perspectives on how technology is reshaping competition within the financial services. We will explore real-world complex examples, uncover key challenges, and debate whether the future of finance will be defined by disruption or domination. We invite you to join the conversation and share your own insights on what comes next. As financial institutions adopt new digital tools, several fundamental questions arise. Who gets access? Who controls data? Who gets left out? And who takes the risks? Finance today sits at a pivotal moment. Technology offers unprecedented tools to increase efficiency, expand access, and create new value. But it raises ethical challenges. This panel will explore these tensions, helping us better understand who truly wins and who may be left behind as financial systems continue to evolve. Hello, my name is Pavel Weiss, and I am a 12th grade student here at ISZL and a member of the YFS series team. I welcome you to today's panel, Disruption or Domination, Technology's True Impact on Financial Competition. Joining me for this session, I am honored to welcome two professionals with experience spanning capital markets, venture capital, hedge funds, and asset management. To my left, I would like to welcome Jana Benesowa-Tumova, a senior investment executive who has held leadership roles at Credit Suisse, Citigroup, LGT, and Moore Capital. With over 35 years of experience, she has managed $15 billion in assets under management for central banks and global pensions and Fortune 100 companies, maintaining a remarkable record of zero drawdowns through every major financial crisis since the 1990s. I am also privileged to welcome Karen E. Wilson, a global authority on sustainability and impact finance, with a background in capital markets and venture capital. Her career has bridged the private and public sectors, and she brings policy expertise from her decade-long work with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. In addition to her advisory and board roles, she teaches at London Business School and other universities, and is also a mentor to the Villers Institute Fellows. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Wilson and Ms. Benesowa-Tumova. The first 20 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about the role of technology in shaping competition, power, and fairness in financial services. I would like to ask the panel, what is happening in financial services today? Please, can we start with you, Jana?
Thank you, Pavel. Well, what is finance and what is finance today? I guess we can start that money is not anymore money the way we know from before, and markets are not the markets what we know them from before. I feel that the current ecosystem is actually operating system. So finance represents operating system in a global economy. However, there are certain old ways of thinking about finance. And I guess it is still about finance today and about finance in the future. And that is to connect savers with borrowers and risk with return. The only thing what has changed and is changing and will change is the plumbing of the ecosystem. We will have a different intermediaries entering or already entered the system, and hence the ecosystem is the challenge which the finance operation system is facing today and in the future.
And if I could just build on that, I mean, obviously we're in a period of economic uncertainty, geopolitical risks, a lot of technology change, but this brings a lot of volatility, and it brings a lot of risk, but it also brings a lot of opportunity. And so I would say we're really in an important, not easy, but an important era of systems change. And of course, finance is a really key lever of systems change. So a very important tool. That said, given my work in sustainable and impact finance, obviously there are headwinds at the moment on sustainability, particularly in finance. But I wanted to mention the World Economic Forum Risk Report came out yesterday, and that is an annual survey of CEOs participating in Davos. And unfortunately, in the short term, the next 2 years, nature has fallen off the top 10 risks on their radar screen. Climate has dropped down. But the good news is, for the 10-year outlook, both are still very strongly there. So I think the message is that sustainability is here to stay. It's very important for the long term, and we shouldn't get distracted by some of the short-term headwinds.
Thank you for your very insightful answers to and setting the context for the audience. Jana, a question to you. From your perspective, how is technology changing who gets ahead in finance today, and what opportunities or challenges does it create?
It creates a lot of challenges for all of us, and that includes me as well, I must say. Because in the old days, and unfortunately I am old, we had elite access in finance. And when I first started as a female, I got a lot of stares when I was entering the room full of men. People were talking in quiet places where nobody had access. They had an advantage in receiving information. The speed of execution was absolutely essential. The hierarchy of the system was the embedded structure of the house where all the bankers were sitting in. Where are we today? I luckily might say, when I am in the room, I am not the only female anymore. Judgment over information is essential. AI, which we are facing today, especially the last 2 years, has been a phenomenal adaptation of AI, including finance. AI for us means information asymmetry. Everybody will receive information, and that's essential. The key is to frame the right questions. We get information, but only when we ask the right question, and then we can make judgment over the information we received. The know-how, how to analyze data, is key for the answers which we are seeking. So the decision quality beats the information access at the end of the day. You asked about the challenges and what opportunities lie in the future. Technology is in the cornerstone of this transformation. We have technology which we are adopting, and let me give you an example of payment systems. Even though we had a technology how you will transfer money from one bank to the other, from one account to another, 20 years, it happened only about last 2 years, maybe a year, that your own bank which you are using will transfer you money to that same account within seconds. How come? Was it technology? No. It was the system. It was the protection of profits, which were maybe extraordinary profits when you think about that. You were not benefiting as a customer. And that's wrong. Maybe you know SEPA, that's a payment system in Europe which we have. Finally, SEPA works today. And it had to be enforced because the technology was here, again, over 10 years. Take USA, because each continent has its fashion, its way to do things. I'm sure in sustainability is the same thing, but let's stick with finance now in the way we know it or knew it. USA has many federal banks, and only in 2017 we started to address that. Karen, why is that?
I attended a seminar last year about AI, integration of AI in banking and in Swiss banking. And what I learned is that banking is behind other sectors. And unfortunately, Swiss banking is even further behind other sectors. And behind it is also some of what you were saying. The bankers are worried about the front end. They're used to their relationship management and dealing with the front end. They're okay with some automation on the back end, but the middle office and the front office, that's their terrain. So there's a nervousness. There's also a lack of understanding of how do you actually implement and apply. And there's also the huge cost. So it tends to be the big players, like the UBSs, that have the budget to really pilot and experiment. Because the problem is, as soon as you implement something, it's already outdated a year later. So the big players can afford to do that, but some of the smaller banks and financial services firms haven't been able to, so they're a bit further behind.
Mm.
Yeah, thank you. That's thank you. Karen, I would like to ask you, from your perspective, how might technologies from your perspective, how does technology development incentivize entrepreneurship within finance?
Well, I mean, this is a great opportunity for entrepreneurs. I talked about the costs of implementing these systems, the lack of understanding, and the speed at which the technologies are changing. So for entrepreneurs that get into fintech, I mean, we've seen a huge boom in fintech. There's such a huge opportunity to take the risk, develop the innovations, and create new approaches that the bigger companies can then buy or even buy the company. So I think it's a great opportunity for entrepreneurs to innovate and help push industry along. The incumbents have been very, very slow, and the entrepreneurs can really push the envelope.
May I? Maybe just put it in a perspective of examples. What was a bank, or what is bank? What is the traditional bank? It's a house, it's a brand with a license, large balance sheet, branch network. Do we want that? I don't care where my branch is. I want a service. I want it fast. I want to have it affordable. And it's not only me. Every person in the world wants that. They want a service which is relevant to them, which is cheap, which has been analyzed, cheap, affordable, which has been analyzed, properly analyzed, and is properly governed. They want to trust what they would purchase as an experience, as a service. So somebody needs to look after how it is designed, right? Because if it looks flashy, but it lasts only 3 days, that's not good, right? So what has happened in the last couple of days? Let's take a Revolut as an example. It's absolutely key example for us to understand and for the audience to understand. Revolut is not bank. It's not a bank. We are not using the central clearing system to send one payment to the other, to sell dollars, buy euros, sell yen, buy dollar. We don't use it for that, or buy a fraction of Apple shares, which you can do today. It's a fraction trading, fraction benefit, not an ownership. You don't own that share. You benefit partially from owning that share. You have an economic share of that benefit. You cannot vote because you don't own one vote. So Revolut is not account to account. It's a client to a client. The ecosystem is within Revolut. The money moves within Revolut from ledger A to ledger B, right? Somebody wants to buy, somebody wants to sell, somebody wants to invest, somebody wants to do something else in terms of foreign exchange. So you optimize. You don't use another middle people, and you don't use the central clearing system. You have your own. You control the destiny of your clients. Of course, you cannot develop everything yourself, even the mighty Revolut can. So for the fractional share trading, you use external provider, the fintech of this world. But you will look at the ecosystem very carefully, because at the end, you need to guarantee within your brand and your ecosystem that it's reliable, it's affordable, it's fast, it's compliant, the KYC has been done right, the AML of the client has been done right. Because the back-to-back of that transaction, which you outsource to that fintech, you can put your hand in a fire. But you control the destiny of your end client. And that's what's happening today. And the areas, I believe, where the entrepreneurship will thrive in the fintech, it's in the area of private wallets. You surely have in your pocket somewhere your mobile phone. What is a mobile phone? Is it a phone? No, it's computer. It is your computer. One of the apps in your phone, it's called a wallet. At the moment, in that wallet, you will have stored cards. Not in the future. You will have not cards to your bank account. You will have your apps for services you will be needing, and you will be personalizing your experience. That's what I think.
Yeah. Thank you very much for showing us how smaller companies and maybe incumbents think about this transition. Karen, question to you. Over your career, what was the next big thing in finance that didn't live up to the hype? And what was a small or overlooked change that ended up having a huge impact?
Well, also having a long career, I've seen many things come and go, starting with my very first job working in capital markets on Wall Street in derivative products. At that time, derivatives were the new big thing. Like in many new markets, a lot of people didn't understand it. There was a lot of hype, and when there's a lot of hype, there usually is a crash, and then things right-size once people start learning, and these things become integrated, and you don't hear about them as much, but they're still there. So I saw derivatives come, go, and stay. I saw this focus on international markets, which is very cyclical, right? You know, right now we're in a period, unfortunately, of nationalization. But, you know, international markets, investments, of course, the whole dot-com boom and bust. But look, we've had many series of booms and busts. And I just wanted to add to this conversation about entrepreneurship, not all startups are going to make it. but they're going to be innovating and they're going to bring ideas to the table. And even if that company doesn't work, maybe it was too early in the market, maybe the end clients were too conservative and didn't feel that it would be safe enough working with them. But those innovations continue to push the market and take innovation to the next level. So the next startups behind are going to be successful. But as a former venture capitalist, not every startup is going to succeed, but you're trying to create a portfolio of innovative startups that can create these new technologies for the future. And then, of course, most recently, sustainability and impact investing. And again, I really believe, as I said in the beginning, that that's here to stay. But we got into the last few years a situation in which the market was oversold. Everybody was talking about green this, nature that, sustainability, SDGs. And then, unfortunately, a lot of people were not serious about it. So it gave the whole market a bad name. And we have also the political backlash around it. But the good news is at London Business School, we had a roundtable in October. We're having another one at the end of February with leaders in sustainability. Those that are serious about it are committed for the long term, and they're figuring out ways to really embed it within their organizations. So, you know, again, I think these new things come up, they get overhyped, but then they go through cycles and they get embedded. And so I think we're getting there.
Thank you for your answer. I really liked how you emphasized the timing of the innovations. Jana, building upon this answer, looking ahead, how might technologies like blockchain, for example, change the way we use banks or handle money, and who stands to gain the most?
Thank you for the question. It's a very complex question because blockchain is very complex. What is actually a blockchain? Blockchain is a ledger. You might think about it as an Excel, complicated Excel with a lot of sheets, like 5D object, almost. And blockchain is rewiring the plumbing of finance. It impacts costs, access, speed, everything. But the question is, what banks we know today, not the neobanks, like Revolut, the example I used before, how they will basically use the old ledger, call it the old Excel, and how they will use this new ledger, the 5D blockchain, and which one? Would it be the centralized, the decentralized? Would it be the chain one? Because you can have derivatives of the decentralized. You can have a lot of things. We know, obviously, you know, Ethereum, which is used mainly for tokenization, which is in early stages of partial adoption, I would call it. We are far off from any adoption properly. We have a Cardano. We obviously have a blockchain where we started, which is Bitcoin. But everybody knows Bitcoin as a sort of proxy currency of the digital world. But it's its own blockchain, actually. So we have different derivatives. In blockchain, the latest being that the US government basically pushing for stablecoin blockchain, which will basically does to adoption of digital currencies, which will be, in this case, backed by physical treasuries, which are not the treasuries we used to know from 20 years ago, I must say. Not that I'm that happy about that. We will have a digital euro, so call it a stable coin of the Eurozone, which should be adopted in 2029. And there was a paper issued on that, right, Karen? Just a few months back by Ms. Lagarde, basically already giving contracts to companies to build that, so and the guidance towards that. So there is a lot happening, but blockchain in a way will be not replacing the old system. I don't think so. I think that will be addition to the existing system, and the existing system will be challenged by speed, by cost, by efficiency, by governance. Because when you build something new, I always say, when you build something new, you can do it pretty well or pretty fast, and doesn't cost that much when you know what you want and how it should work and what experience comes with it. But imagine like you are a real estate developer and you need to refurbish your old house. You get a migraine, right? So everybody will get migraines.
I wanted to come back, if I could, to something that you said earlier. You know, who gets ahead in finance with all these technical changes? And you mentioned the word judgment. And I would just say, you know, I know a lot of you are thinking about that you need to become data scientists or you need to study AI, and the market is changing so much. Yes, you need to get the kind of skills that you need, the core skills, to be able to operate in the markets of the future. But really at the core is judgment. When I went to and later worked at Harvard Business School, they gave us a book called Education for Judgment. And I think that's the most important education you get, not just from schools, but also in life. Because we can have all the data we want, but it's how do you actually sort through all that noise and make decisions based on your own judgments around, you know, what's useful and what's not useful. So I think there are, you know, a lot of opportunities for all of you in this market, but don't lose sight of those, of judgment and also the soft skills. It's not just having all those technical skills, it's also having the softer skills and being very adaptable. I think those are going to be important.
But you ask, that's absolutely essential. Thank you, Karen. But I guess Pavel also asked the question, like, what would it mean for money, right? When we think about technologies, we think like money becomes a software, right? You know, it's a software. It's, I don't have a good feeling that I would be paying with the software, you know, even, you know, in my age. But it will partially come as a software. But I would say it becomes sort of, in a way, tool. But the tool which will be smarter tool. And what would that mean if you are somewhere in a Sahara Desert or Gobi, right? Or some country which basically didn't adopt a lot of different things and maybe feels the technology there stopped 30 years ago. What would all that mean for that country and the people living in that country? I think that with what's happening today and what will be happening in the future, I think that the government of that country will be given a tool, in this case stablecoin from the US government, to actually process their payment system maybe more efficiently. What would that mean for the people living in that country? It would mean that the people in emerging economies which don't have a bank account or don't want to have a bank account or they don't have an opportunity to have a bank account will maybe have that mobile phone and they will have their wallet and they will be able to source services from around the world, irrespective where they are. What that would mean for small businesses and SMEs from those countries, the same thing. It doesn't matter that they were not born in London or New York. They can still be in Sahara Desert, but they will have the similar opportunities we have here today in this privileged world.
Yeah, thank you for your very insightful answers, and I appreciate that very difficult topic of blockchain was explained quite on easy terms. I know it's very complicated, and thank you for stressing the importance of judgment in this industry, and that is all that I have in terms of questions. Thank you to Ms. Wilson and Ms. Benesova-Tumova for their experienced views on how technology is reshaping competition, inclusion, and power within finance.
Thank you.
We are now going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process all of this information and get your questions ready. Please keep them brief, and I will do my best to get to as many of your questions as possible.
Otherwise, it's a normal.
We will now begin with questions from the audience. I would ask that you please state your name and school, followed by a brief question.
Hello, my name's Julio Puente. I'm a teacher of economics here in ISL, and I actually had two very short questions, one for each. So for Ms. Wilson, I don't know if you've heard of forestry funds and hedging on rainforests. Do you see this as something that could be adaptable at a global scale to preserve our nature? And then for Ms. Benesova, considering the role of asymmetrical information, we have seen a revolution in individual investors and home investors through the apps. Do you think this is something that is positive for the individual, or is just another way for established financial systems to take some of their money?
We could start with Karen.
Okay. Yes, I think forestry is a huge opportunity. And there are efforts underway to globalize some of the success stories to date. David Brand, someone who has been a leader in Australia with New Forests, and he's also been chairing, and I always get the acronym wrong, it's the International Commission for Forestry Investment, something like that. I can't remember the exact acronym, but they're helping to standardize how you can actually measure and therefore value forests and nature. So very important work going on, and I know that it's been showcased in Switzerland a couple of times over the past few months. So watch this space. I'm happy to talk to you offline.
Thank you for your question. I don't know if I understand you correctly. If you mean the information like the news in the media. Okay, thank you.
Yes, exactly. Like, as we know, there are informations in the back channels that individuals in the established financial system have access to. And by the time it gets to the media, individuals in the households who are operating these apps and are making their investments based on that information.
I think that's always been the case.
Exactly. I was about to say that's why I went like, you know, if I would be a Rothschild and I had two fastest horses, I always had the best information, right? Or the Rockefellers of this world. These days, the question is what information you actually read, right? Because there's so much disinfo in the social media that actually, if I would dream for one job, if I would be good in writing, I would like to be a journalist. Because it will go back to where it should be. Not then twisting of a news, then there is no source. I mean, you teach students here to write source on everything they do. And as yet on social media, they read a lot of things, and there are no sources, and they make opinions about something which might not be true. So it's very important to know what your sources are, where you are sourcing your information, and then how you act on it. So speed in this case is not the decisive factor. Your judgment, it goes back to what Karen said, thank you. Your judgment, where is it from? Is it a reliable source? That's where I would start, the quality of the source and the information and the data. And then you can analyze it. How you analyze it, dice it, slice it. Obviously, that's also very important because even data could be disinfo if what you feed to the data analyzer is the disinfo. And then you will be acting incorrectly on that information. So it goes back to your sources of information and what is actually news these days. When is it from the right source? One thing is what you read. Is a news from a source? Fine. But there are a lot of other information you need, which is also for me in finance, in trading and news, to make a decisive move, buy, sell, here or there. And that's a question which is about volume, about liquidity. You know, is it the market deep, or is it like a couple of data points which doesn't tell me anything? Behavior finance, so how fast that move happen, based on what? What pattern is it creating? Is it pattern which I recognize, or is it slightly different pattern because it's skewed by volume? So I think that it's more complex, and check your source.
And I just want to build on the check your source. I know a lot of you are using AI. I've been slow to get on the bandwagon, but because my students are using it, I realize I have to as well. But always ask for the sources. You need to know where the information comes from. Otherwise, you might be acting or writing or submitting work based on false information. I've seen that. That happened in my class last April. The students all said, it's right because AI told us. And I'm like, well, actually, it's not right.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the questions, and thank you for the insightful answers.
Hi, I'm Artemis, a student at IZL, and I was wondering, what advice would you give young people who are looking to go into the financial industry in the future in terms of how they can use technology to their advantage while also looking out for it in some cases? And that goes for any of the two of you that want to answer.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to get a good education in which you're learning analytical skills, problem-solving skills, as Jana mentioned earlier, but also to focus on what you really like. You know, don't try to follow all the latest technology trends just because you think that's what you have to do to get ahead. I mean, in one of the earlier sessions, a few of them, people were talking about your passion. You need to go where your passion is. If you have a passion about finance, the analytical skills, but also the soft skills, and it comes back to the judgment, and of course, learning about technologies and how to use them. But don't become a slave to trying to figure out what the next big thing is going to be. It's going to continue to change. So make sure that you're not putting all your eggs in one basket, and have some diversity in the things that you're doing and learning. Don't just try to be one thing like a data scientist unless you're really passionate about it. Then great, be one. But otherwise, don't try to outsmart the market, because by the time you're out in the market, it will have changed a lot.
Yeah. I was once in Japan, well, actually 3 times in Japan. It was the most difficult market to crack, I must admit, in my times. But I learned this magical word, ikigai, the ikigai word. And what does it mean? It's also like 4 circles overlapping each other because everything is interconnected. But what does it mean? Number 1 is what you love, your passion, what you are really passionate about. Obviously, when you have something you want to do and you're not sure, try it, of course, because it is okay to fail whilst you try it. But without that, you don't have experience. You need to continue to fail, to try the new thing, to find out what you love. So go for it, number 1. Number 2, when you try that, you created, something called a skill maybe over time, because you realize that by trying the 5th thing, you actually realize that you are very good in, I don't know, playing game or of some sort because you are fast, whatever, or you are very good in creating programs, or you are very good in analyzing things. You don't know, so try it. Find your skill, so your super skill. 3, what the world needs. Obviously, we all need purpose, because we will have a humanoid robots here, it's a question of a few years. We will have different world on Earth. And we need to find out, under these conditions, what we will all need. And we as humans, we will basically be using those robots for what we need, and you need to find yourselves in it. And 4, when you find your job after you learned and finished your academics in university, and you find yourself, then you have to ask in the real world what price you want to be paid for the skills you have. And you should not be afraid to ask it. That's called profession. So go for it.
Thank you. That was very inspiring answers.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to ask just one more question. 10 years from now, what clear signs would tell us whether technology truly disrupted finance or whether the biggest players stayed on the top?
Go.
So for me, it's when we don't have to talk about technology and finance. It's just finance. And technology is completely embedded in finance. And I have the same hope and dream for sustainability. We don't have to call it sustainable finance, but in finance, you have sustainability, you have technology embedded in appropriate ways. There are a lot of risks, but there are a lot of opportunities. So that would be my call.
10 years from now, I don't know. I hope I'm still alive to judge that. But I hope we will create the world we want to create. It's up to us, and it's up to this generation of leaders today we have in this room to influence that. And I hope they will make the right choices. They will judge, they will analyze, and they will adopt. And I hope they will be wise in their choices. And I wish them well for that.
And just to come back to what I said in the beginning, in this big period of change, we are going through a huge systems change. And that is such an opportunity for all of you to help rethink how systems should be working, because they've not been working well. Our generation has not done the best job. So we're really counting on you all, and there's a lot of opportunity, and you're all bright young people with great futures ahead of you. So wishing you all the best.
Maybe to add, my son, he is in the school, but not here today. He just got on early decision to New York Stern business. And he asked me, like, Mom, what would be the advice you give me? And I said, and you said it before, I said to him, please, just don't put all eggs in one basket and think twice before you cut. So that was the saying. But also thinking about the skill sets, it doesn't feel like natural what I'm going to say right now, but the way how I see finance and this ecosystem, I think what is important before you decide to drill down into tokenization and AI credit scoring and whatever, building trading models and high frequency trading and so on. I think that there are subjects or skill sets, rather, because it's moving from about to a skill. It's psychology, human psychology, politics, because you want to understand how certain crises happened. What was the pattern I can learn to apply it to the future so I can prevent it or I can do something about it? So this is not the A's. It is the B plan, the C plan, the D plan. You need to be ready. The experience, somebody says, oh, 30 years experience, 40 years experience. No, it is not cumulative experience. You build experience from crisis, from analyzing pattern, what has happened, which you can prevent in the future. You will learn from where others failed, and that's your knowledge. So politics, global politics is very important. You don't understand it, you will not understand certain patterns. In order to disrupt the current ecosystem of finance, you need to understand the ecosystem. So start with that.
Thank you for this very strong conclusion. That is all the time we have today, as this session is now coming to an end.
marketplace to promote the student initiatives at the school. And as a part of the marketplace, we created a raffle to engage with people at the stands and for people to win a prize. And we've already selected the winners, so we're going to announce them. If you hear your name, please find us after. There's a table outside and we'll come find you. So the 4 winners are Oliver Barclay, Aya Elizabeth, Simon Arnold, and Palmer Seeley. And then there's also a winner for the Coco Hope raffle, and that's Stefan Lupasu. So please come find us. Thank you for coming to the marketplace. Well done.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julieta Stupia, and I'm a grade 11 student here at IZL, as well as a member of the YFS series team.
And my name is Misha Bedi. I'm a grade 12 student here at IZL and also a member of the YFS series team. Now, we'll be delivering the thank yous, closing address, and directions to bring to an end this year's U-Form Switzerland. We hope you all had an engaging and interesting day, made exciting connections with guests who shifted your thinking, and generated ideas for small changes that you can implement in your respective communities.
It is now our pleasure to take a moment to acknowledge many of the people who have made YFS 2026 possible. We'd kindly ask that you hold your applause until the end of the list of groups and individuals.
We'd like to thank the ISDL Fund for Excellence, the Riverside Parents Association, and all the school donors for their continued support of this forum.
We'd also like to thank the IZL Board, Mr. Barry DeQuan, our school director, and Ms. Lindsay Lawrence, our high school principal. Their continued support for YFS makes the event possible every year.
We'd then like to thank Fabio Peron for the founding of YFS 9 years ago, and for growing it into the highly anticipated and impactful event it is today. When Mr. Peron stepped down from YFS last year, we knew that his presence and experience would be missed. But we hope you have seen the impact you had on all of us reflected in today's event.
We'd like to thank the entire YFS team, including Ms. Guillet, Ms. Ish, and Ms. Rojas, who put in countless hours to plan and deliver today's forum, as well as all the teachers, support staff, and phenomenal tech team who have offered their time and constant support throughout the entire process.
And from all the students on the YFS team, we would like to give a special shout out to the student leaders of YFS 2026, Stella Vavasori and Sibi Duport. Words can't... Until the end, please. All right, good.
Thank you for your patience. May you now please join us in giving them all a kind, hearty, and sincere thank you.
Throughout the day, we experience the many small, yet extremely meaningful moments that make YFS the special event that it is. From the entrepreneurial initiatives shared in the Eagles Lounge, to the creative art pieces showcased in the YFS Art Show, and to the conversations held with participants from all around the world. Every small contribution counts.
I couldn't agree more. Being an international student has shaped the way I see the world, exposing me to different perspectives and countless ways of thinking. When I return home to Colombia, I am constantly reminded of the real privilege that us international students carry. We have the opportunity to receive a global and rounded education, one of the most powerful tools we can have. Inevitably, privilege looks different for every single one of us here, but the one thing we do have in common is the possibility of leaving behind a positive mark. Inevitably, privilege looks different for every single one. As I get older and gain more experiences, it becomes more and more evident that with our privilege comes great responsibility, seeing as we are put in a unique position with tools, resources, and access to influence outcomes. We have the responsibility to use our voice and our global perspective to power positive change beyond ourselves. The responsibility to give back to the communities that shaped us. And most of all, the responsibility to act with empathy and use our privilege as a powerful source of good. I have been fortunate enough to see that real change does not necessarily come from those huge actions, but rather from the small and subtle acts of kindness and the genuine desire to make a difference. This is what I believe to be at the core of everything we have seen at this forum today, reflected in the inspiring panels, impact labs, and meaningful insight. The small moments matter.
For the past 3 years, I've been part of the ISADEL Refugee Relief Group, organizing weekly visits to a nearby refugee center in support of Ukrainian children displaced by the war. People often assume that volunteering means doing something huge, but our visits are simple. We bring snacks, such as cookies, candies, and tortilla chips, play games like Utka Utka Goose, which may sound unfamiliar, but is really just Duck Duck Goose, and offer companionship to children who, above all else, just want to be children. We approach each visit with compassion and empathy, and even though language barriers exist between most volunteers and children, a simple nod, a small hand gesture, a shared laugh is often enough for us to understand each other. Over time, I saw how something that felt small for us became something that the children genuinely looked forward to, and that we, as volunteers, looked forward to as much.
Similar to Misha, I have also had experiences that shaped how I understand impact, showing how the smallest actions can lead to a big change. When thinking about small actions, there's one particular moment in my life that stands out. A few years ago, when I was still living in Colombia, my mom, my sister, and I would often drive past the same corner on our way back from school. There stood a woman selling candy to passing cars, sometimes alone or sometimes with the help of her 3 kids. Like many people, my mom would often stop and buy some candy from her, which would often lead to a brief conversation. What really stuck with me was what a lovely woman she was, who, despite having to stand under the hot sun for hours on end, never failed to greet us with a smile. Those cars making the individual choice to stop probably didn't think their actions really mattered, but together they helped the family hold hope for a better future. In the same way, those brief yet kind interactions left us holding hope for a better future.
However, these small moments don't just create hope. They can bring about collective change. A warm summer afternoon had taken shape during one of our visits, and we went outside to play football. Naturally, as in any match, 2 sides formed, made up of children of different Ukrainian backgrounds. The game began with laughter and energy, but I observed that over time, it became more and more competitive. Tackles got harder, voices louder, and what had started out as something fun began to reveal deeper tensions. So we paused the game, and we talked about what football is really meant to be. Not just about playing together, and not just about winning, but about sharing something in common and enjoying the activity. By choosing connection over competition, the atmosphere shifted. Our game continued, lighter and friendlier, and the afternoon became enjoyable for everyone once again. We see moments like this reflected in our daily world all the time. When things become tense, we're often faced with a choice. Do we push further into division or step back into connection? Small moments, a pause, a conversation, a change in tone can shape what comes next. And these choices, repeated again and again, are how change can be brought forward.
Misha's story talks about unity, which just so happens to lead me back to my story. It was around the holidays when my older sister was the first to suggest that we spread the holiday cheer to the family we drove past often and spend some time hanging out with the kids, singing Christmas carols, or reading books with them. And so we did just that. On Christmas Eve, we drove to the same corner and saw the same lovely family. Along with the family, we saw something special. Many families from around our neighborhood had gathered here in support of the family. There were a few kids here, all laughing, sharing their toys, reading books, among them, the 3 young kids. It was truly inspiring to see the sense of community in this moment, which clearly meant a lot to not just them, but to all of us there. That action wasn't grand, it had simply begun with noticing, yet it changed the way I see our responsibility in the world. That day didn't just change those kids' Christmas. It opened my eyes to realize that the moments that matter the most in life aren't those big grand gestures, but instead, those moments and actions that are powered by the hope we give each other, the hope that we all have our own version of a small contribution.
Julietta's story shows how small acts of kindness bring hope that doesn't just uplift one individual, but entire communities. Similarly, I experienced the power of serving my Ukrainian community at the refugee center, in remembrance of my grandmother's warmth, kindness, and wisdom. During those afternoons, I discovered how resilient these children were for having left their home to restart life in a foreign country with unfamiliar customs and language. And despite these challenges, they remained thoughtful, kind-hearted, and full of life. I found pride in the heritage that bonded us and helped us overcome our differences. And these interactions became the highlight of my week. And so, through that process, I finally understood the essence of volunteering. Showing up regularly, noticing if things weren't right, and making those small, honest interventions at the right time. I don't know if what I said during that football match changed anything in the long term. Maybe the next day when I wasn't there, those same divides returned. But for that moment, the children saw each other in the same light, and how cooperation and inclusivity had positive outcomes. Granted, small actions don't change everything, but they can change something. And if all of us here today can find the motivation to work on at least one small something, whether in our school, our communities, or our future careers, I promise you that is how true difference is made.
We hope you leave here remembering that impact doesn't always start with something big. It often begins with noticing, caring, and making the choice to act. Because when we use our privilege with purpose, we are capable of great things. Before we go on, we'd like to bring your attention to some housekeeping matters. Firstly, at the end of the closing ceremony, can everyone please assist us with the cleanup of the gym by stacking the chairs in groups of 10 along the back wall over there, where there will be people there to assist you. Once the chairs are away, we'd also appreciate some help with the mats.
Additionally, if you'd like to keep your YFS badge, you can do so. But please return your lanyard to the boxes placed by the doors so that we can reuse them next year.
Finally, we'd like to invite all the guest speakers and the YFS team to come to the stage for a group photo once the ceremony has been brought to a close.
As the day comes to an end, we would now like to recognize the two most important groups of people without whom YFS would not be possible. To our exceptional array of speakers and panelists, thank you for sharing your time, knowledge, wisdom, and experience with all of us. Your presence and insights have surely planted the seeds for small changes and made this day a fantastic success.
And to you, our audience, thank you. Thank you for your active participation and engagement with the various components of the day. Thank you for taking the time to make meaningful connections with our guests and for your support on our sustainability initiatives, and for all the questions and ideas you have brought up.
We'd like to officially bring